So So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It is stage 6. Well, time is the enemy. Well, will the time be the enemy or will it be the friend of our riders? We are on stage 6. This is day 7 on the way through if you include that rest day. That was yesterday for some of our riders. It was certainly a day off from the MyWhoosh Championships, although the Sunday Race Club was really interesting with some very different riders taking top of the standings there. Do give it a watch. You can watch that on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Emma and myself, Matt Payne, we were here putting words to the action to that yesterday, and it was great to see some different riders in there, Emma.
Yeah, it was, and different riders coming to the fore, and riders from the MyWhoosh Championships as well in the mix, and some of them putting in some really good performances.
And thank you, everybody who's been in touch, whether you were racing on that Sunday Race Club, whether you were having a day off, maybe you were watching some of the different footage from the shows, or whether you were just busy lounging about doing not a lot. Thank you very much for all the messages to @biking_Emma, @MattFixerPaint, and @MyWhoosh. We've been trying to keep up with all of them. Apologies if we missed anybody on the way through. There's lots and lots, but don't think that diminishes any single one because we really absolutely love it. Emma will say the three, is it 3 key words or 4? I
love a stage race.
Exactly. I do too. I have to say that it's been
good.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant so far,
Right.
and we've got some fantastic some race results. Let me just give you the headlines in terms of the women's. The women's race going first, the men's race going after, and the men's race kind of a similar situation to the women's. Last stage 5, the Japan Hard Mountain stage. We have got new leaders in Category 4 and Category 3 from the race. Susan Stemman taking the lead in Category 4, Barbara Bulawara taking the lead in Category 3. Congratulations, well done. And congratulations to our riders who have held their yellow jerseys, to our 2 riders whose gaps have gone up, and the 2 riders whose gaps have gone down. The riders with the gaps going down slightly but still holding, Megan Albin in Category 5, she holds that yellow jersey, but the gap's gone from 26 seconds down to 10.469 of a second. Category 6, Trudy Stevenson, her gap's down from 32 seconds to 5 seconds, so those gaps really diminishing. 2 riders, though, extended their lead up at the top, and that is Mina Koinstonen in Category 2. And different chaser behind, I think, if I remember correctly, but it is up from 4 seconds to 35 seconds. So increase that lead. And Kate McCarthy in Category 1 increasing her race lead from 2 minutes 17 to 2 minutes 43. Emma, it was kind of all change and kind of it wasn't. It's a really interesting stage. I thought it was a brilliant stage, and I know a lot of people have hated climbing the mountain, but I have to say it's something for everybody in a stage race. It's part of that magic mix that makes it that complete package.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant out on Mount Fuji, and the climbing was epic, and we saw riders really come to the fore and some battles right the way across all of the categories. But let me just tell you, whilst you have been talking there, Matt, about the riders at the top of the category, stage 6 today, well, lots is still in play. So just 5 seconds separate the top 2 riders in Category 6 in the women's race. That's a close one to keep your eye on. 18 seconds separate the top 3 riders in Category 5. That championship title is not done yet on GC. Category 4, over a minute. The leader is clear. Could be all about defending that, and well, it's going to be interesting to see how well she time trials. 58 seconds in Category 3, and Category 3 for me has been absolutely phenomenal in this women's race. 58 seconds separate the top 7 women in Category 3. Today, well, really is going to be epic, and only 4 seconds separate the riders at the top. That is going to be so close. 46 seconds separate the top 3 in Category 2. And whilst McCarthy is 2 minutes 43 clear of Guerra, and Guerra is well clear of Kolczynski in 3rd, the differential between Kolczynski and Holdcroft in 3rd and 4th is just 2 seconds. Alberg, 14 seconds off 3rd. Tomasi, 23 seconds off 3rd. So the battle for the podium in Category 1 is not over yet.
Indeed, so lots of great racing to come today. Today is the race of truth. It is the Contre Le Mans. It is against the clock. It is the time trial. But today, it's certainly going to mix it up. No draft for the riders. They all start at the same time, and it's going to be racing in real time with no draft advantage, all on time trial bikes. It is a stage 6 coming up here on the MyWhoosh Championships. This epic event rolls onwards onto its penultimate stage today. It's time for us to dive in, take a look in a bit more detail at what we've got coming up for you on stage 6. So stage 6, time is the enemy, time is your friend. Time will tick away very, very fast. And this is not just a normal time trial course.
No, they're heading to Australia. And, well, there is the map, and you can see them rolling around the world here on MyWhoosh in Australia. And I say rolling around because 33.7 kilometres of racing today, and that is what the individual time trial course looks like. The first 28.3 kilometres rolling, nothing particularly steep, and a really strong start, but that final 5.4 kilometres with the climb, it's a sting in the tail, 7.6% average gradient, and the mid slopes of the climb there touch 13%. This is going to be about pacing. This is going to be about time, and this is going to be about time gaps, and there may well be some. And GC today, well, that should be decided. I'm going to use the word should because it's a stage race and anything can happen.
It certainly can, and this is where the riders, there's no drafting, there's no hiding in the bunch, and that is going to be telling along the sections early on. There is a dip, and you can see that coming. That happens in the first third of the race route. So whilst there's some gradual rises and falls, there's not a huge amount of high elevation difference to that big dip. We drop down and then we rise back out again, and that's going to be the first time that they know whether their climbing legs are there. And we've got to remember that this comes after a day off from racing the MyWhoosh Championships. So some of those riders are going to go well, some of those riders are not. We've had 5 really hard stages in the MyWhoosh Championships, and every stage has been raced hard. I don't think that you could say that any of the stages have been easy, even though the parkour, the course is different. With that climb at the end, it doesn't necessarily favour a time trial or a big power rider. It doesn't necessarily favour a climber. It's a real mixed course, a fantastic, I think, piece of course design to choose this with the climb at the top. And as somebody who's done more time trials than I care to remember, I'm really looking forward to this because there's so many subtleties involved in this, in how the riders race.
Well, Category 6 are going to be the first group of riders away. They are down in the start pen. The warm-up is over.
Well, Hannah Hermansen up at the top, taking the stage win. She pulled the time gap down to 5.543 seconds on the yellow jersey. Hadjuk taking second position on that big climb, 20 seconds down. You see that big time gap. And then Trudy Stevenson, our yellow jersey leader, defending that in style. Hannah Hermansen, as you can see, had a great stage, taking the sprint winner on the stage and the QOM winner on the stage. But Hermansen's move on the mountain, she would have liked to bring that gap right down. It come down from 32 seconds to 5.543.
Yeah, it is so close now at the top, and Hermansen doing a phenomenal job yesterday. The gap back to Bremner now 4 minutes 40 seconds, but Stevenson and Hermansen separated, as you've just said there, Matt, by 5 seconds, and well, it could all be decided today.
I think a lot of it is going to be about how deep and how well they went on stage 5 and how well recovered they are coming into stage 6. In terms of the team competition, all the positions remain the same, with Tour de France in first, Phoenix in second, Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw in third, Royal Ascent in fourth, and Kitty Hawk Racing Moonpaw in fifth. The time gaps have gone out, 29 minutes 23 seconds between first and second place. Between second and third now at 1 hour 21. 20 minutes, so 22 minutes between third and fourth place of the Skyclaw and the Ascent team. And then we have a gap back to the Moonpaw squad. So the team times stretching out.
Yeah, they are. Now, for our viewers, you are going to see all the riders leave the pen in one go. The draft has been switched off and all the riders on a time trial bike. Well, out of the pen go category 6 on to the individual time trial today here on the MyWhoosh Championships. And Ange Quapp, look at that. She's dialing it out of the start pen. Very settled very quickly into her pace and her time, though, into the power that she wants. But what she did there, absolutely brilliant. You get the momentum up, you get the bike rolling, and then you sit and settle. Otherwise, you know, you've got a long time to get the bike up to the pace you want. So Quapp doing a brilliant job of coming out of the start pen, getting the bike up to 35 kilometers an hour as quickly as possible, and then settling in to her chosen pace.
And being at pace is key. That what you don't want to do is overcook it by going in too hard and going into the red from that start. With our riders settling down into position, we'll have a little look at the tactics being employed by the riders in a short while. But let's just go over those overall standings as we look at them. All the overall standings remaining the same, gap between first and third. Over 4 minutes, Emma. That's Bridget Bremner sitting in third place. Hadjuk at the moment at 7 minutes down. Big gaps. The movement really, if they're in the lower standings with Lodano and along with Botero, the riders who've moved up. Kirshner dropping down, and Naves just knocking on the door of the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, she is indeed. And it's going to be interesting to see, you know, the challenges further down across the race field. But for me, this battle between Stevenson and Hermansen has been absolutely brilliant. Now, Hannah Hermansen, I do know, is new to cycling this year.
Wow.
And
brilliant.
This week, she has ridden more kilometres than I think she has probably ever done on a bike. Now, that also tells me this is going to be the first individual time trial she will probably ever have ridden. Well, as we all know, those of us who have ridden time trials in the past, pacing is key. Can she get that job done today? That is going to be so interesting. Now, the sprint competition, the points on your screen in that sprint competition in category 6, Hannah Hermansen has been doing a phenomenal job picking up those sprint checkpoints along the way. Bridget Bremner sitting in second, but the gap, 24 points between those two riders. Trudy Stevenson back in third place.
And a quick reminder, coming up on the last day, we've got 6 sprints, so 30 points up for grabs. So not a done deal at the top of the standings, and not a done deal in between second and third place. In terms of the KOM, the Queen of the Mountain points, congratulations to Hannah Hermansen. With no more climb segments left in the race, it is now for Hannah Hermansen to make her way to the finish tomorrow to collect the overall win, because she has to get to the end of tomorrow's stage to take that away. It's no good taking the lead, but not then taking it away. That's not the deal. You've got to get over that finish line on stage 7. So Hannah Hermansen, congratulations. You've done the hard graft. You now have to take it to that finish. And great to see her in that first year taking away a polka dot skin suit. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I think she's just going to develop even more now as a rider. And it's going to be great to see her on the Sunday Race Club when the MyWhoosh Championships has finished. Well, Ange Quapp doing a sterling job here. Do you know, she settled in very comfortably to her own pace, and getting that bike up and rolling at the really helped her. She's 10 seconds up the road at the moment. Trudy Stevenson, Hannah Hermansen, Juliana Agadello, Narvaez, Botero, all following behind. No, it doesn't really matter what order you're in. There's no value to sitting behind on a wheel.
You say that. There's no aerodynamic or physical advantage,
there's a mental
or speed advantage, but there is a mental advantage. I expect to see Trudy Stevenson and Hannah Hermansen glued to each other in this race. Let's focus on those two riders first of all. 2 riders separated by 5 seconds. That means that Hermansen has got to get basically 6 seconds to get into the lead. Stevenson needs to hold that gap down to go into the final stage in the lead. The pressure, the power that's put on by Stevenson here, just keeping Hannah Hermansen behind, Hannah Hermansen keeping her in view, and they need to keep an eye on where each other is, because realistically today, I think that is the race between themselves. They're unlikely to see anybody come up and challenge in terms of the overall. I just don't think that's going to happen between the two of them, despite the battles behind. We're in with Juliana Agadella, and I did put on the live chat earlier on today, which you can join in. No slippery skin suit or aero socks required today, because this is one of the good things about time trialing on MyWhoosh. You can use the same bike, the same setup. You don't need to go out for a different setup in terms of you personally. You know, aerodynamics for you makes no difference. You don't need to change the bike, no investment in kit. You can go out and race a time trial and get the kit and get the time trial bike that they're all riding on there. Agadella doing a great job.
Yes, and it's really interesting, isn't it? And you're talking about psychology there, Matt, and the value of riding the wheel, even though there is no draft, and sitting in. There's many different strategies, and I'm sure we will talk about them as we roll through the rest of the stage to riding and racing a time trial. But Quap here out front. And now, interestingly, I always think one of the things, a lot of people are motivated by being out front and not getting caught. Others like to chase. Others like to sit in and follow. And then push on. But Quap, very happy to go from the gun, settle into her own pace and settle into a rhythm and ride her own race. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out as we get further into this time trial.
Now, Ange Quab, sitting 1 hour 20 down on our race leader, has got the potential, though, within touching distance, depending on how she rides today, to move herself up potentially into 14th place. And that's certainly doable today, dependent on that ride today. But she's not going to touch the top of the riders, but she is putting in that pace. And one of the key things on a time trial, the one thing that if I had to say to any rider would be, once you lose time, it's lost. You have to fight to take any time back. Once you gain time, you've got that time in the bank. And Ange Kopp has done that. She's put in the dig. Now she just needs to hold that gap. And that is the thing here, making sure that you hold position. Know what riders you're up against here in the GC and fight against them. Look at them, see where they are in here. Quap has gone off the front. She's going to sit there and she's going to try and make that gap stick, if not extend. But
well, I think there's
really
a real,
but
there's also a real opportunity here for her to take the stage win and to,
yeah.
And that is something. Taking a stage win, 7 stages over 8 days. That means there's 7 winners per category. Some of those are going to be the same person, some of them not. And do you know what? If you're a strong time trialer like Quap, obviously has got the bit between her teeth today, and she's gone out strong and she's gone out hard here. There's a real opportunity for her. Should she hold it? She's at the 4-kilometre marker. There's still some way to go.
There certainly is, but she's gone well here too, and holding a very steady pace. And I think it was a really, really good point, Emma. That stage win is really, really important for these riders. As you say, 7 opportunities to win a stage, 7 opportunities to be in the top 3. So you really do want to make the most of those going in. Ange Kopp doing the business here. Norris, who was briefly on our screen, so I have to say good day yesterday for her, moved up to 11th place overall. She'll be looking to try and push up inside the top 10, but we'll see whether she's got that power on the time trial. That's category 6, out and away from the pens and well into this course as we focus in on category 5. What a day for Shigi Fu. Superb climber. We'd seen that earlier on. We've seen that on the Sunday race club. We know that she's great when it goes uphill, when the road points skywards, and Fu moving herself just outside the top 10 overall in 11th place. She's 7 minutes down on our race leader overall as she moves up through, but moving herself up with that race to from 11th to 7th place overall. Teach me to fly through my notes super fast because she's moved up to that. I'm not sure the terrain is left for Fu to stay there, but I think for her target now has to be stay inside that top 10. That top 10 is going to be a target in terms of GC. Irma Lova yesterday, great ride by her, really, really strong. That pushed her up inside the top 10. Becker, one of the big climbers, going from 3rd to 2nd place, and she's only 10 seconds down on the overall.
Oh, I know. This category 5 is so close. 10 seconds separates Albin and Becerra. Al's at just 18 seconds back, and Natalia Idzik a minute back. So close.
We'll go into a little bit more detail on those full standings on the GC in a short while. Let's just take a look at our teams here today. Same order for most of the teams, with Pedal Dancers leading, Velocity Vipers in 4th, Phoenix in 5th, Cycling District in 6th, and the Level Cycling Warriors in 7th. But the change What Queens and Full Gas yet again exchanging places.
Yeah.
What Queens moving from third to second. Full Gas Femmes moving from second to third. The big gap, well, 6 minutes 28 from our leaders to second place teams, the What Queens. Then a 10-minute gap back now to Full Gas Femmes. They're 16 minutes behind the race lead. But going to be Vipers versus Phoenix. That's only a 4-minute time difference. So times today added up, as with all the rest of the team competition. Your fastest 3 riders on the stage in your team. Their times added to your team time. Away we go. Megan Albin defended her jersey in style. Absolutely brilliant riding by Albin so far. He took the lead on day one. She's held the lead from day one, and she's set out in P1.
She's done an absolutely brilliant job, and she's very, very quickly up to pace here. Katerina Coe as well, up to pace, 40 kilometres an hour. They got those bikes up to at 400 metres. They're pushing on, and they're now settling in, and you can see the group settling in behind. Coe in 1, Albin in 2, Gentili, Fu, Wilhelm, Becerra, and Quintero all settling into pace. Actually, Becerra just putting a dig in there, and really interesting to see. You can see those names repeated on the overall standings in front of you on the screen. As we said, the time gaps, well, the time gaps are so small. Becerra to Albin, 10 seconds. Alza, 18 seconds off the lead. It's the lead, and then Mare, 4 minutes back. But 5th, 6th and 7th, there's 45 seconds separating those 3 positions. Mare, Yarkok and Fu. So those positions could all change. And let's remember the prizes on GC go down to 10th overall in the individual GC competition. So the riders will be battling for those lower places as well.
So that general classification still to play out. Those gaps, those time gaps that Emma just gave you, really, really important. And on the road here, you can see these riders continue to push down. No sprint points today, as there are no, just the same as there are no climb points. Those points all going to come tomorrow. And that is really going to be our sprinters' day, with those 6 sprints for the sprint competition. Natalia Idzik really has made it her own. She'll be glad to be the other side of the mountains, I think, and heading out on to what is going to be the flatter terrain here today. In terms of mountains, well, Cheeky Fu really did what she could yesterday, but Natalia Becker defended in style. She will be crowned Queen of the Mountains in Category 5. Congratulations to her. A great battle behind with Cheeky Fu and Justina Yazok as well.
Yeah, it was indeed. And that polka dot skin suit will stay on Natalia Becerra's shoulders all the way through today and tomorrow. She has to finish the MyWhoosh Championships, obviously, to claim that title, but she has already done the work to do so. Well, we're in with Megan Albin, and I'm loving the yellow smattering again today. The motivation to hold on to that jersey and to keep in yellow all the way through this MyWhoosh Championships. She's been doing a phenomenal job, and well, I'm imagining that's the plan today. Defend the jersey in style.
It came down by 15 seconds, her lead. The rider behind changed from Isabel Alzat, who's now into 3rd place, with Becker moving up into 2nd. Albin has she set out really well in stage 1. She won that stage. She's then really worked well on stages 2 and in stage 3, where we just saw that first real sort of bigger climb. Then we went on to stage 4 in Zurich, and she showed that she can climb just as well as she can sprint. We then went on to Mount Fuji, and that was the time where I think for the rest of the riders, they thought, right, well, this is the chance to have a go. It didn't work out. And I think now, for me, Albin really has potentially 3 riders to watch behind. I would possibly say it's 2. 3 is in theory possible. Izzik's at a minute, and that's a big time loss on a course this length. I can't imagine that's going to go, and Izzik will charge. Alza at 18 seconds and Becker at 10. They're the two riders to watch. Natalia Izik at the moment, I think, will be saving her legs a little for the sprints to come tomorrow.
Well, interesting move, isn't it? And there are those decisions in play. Don't forget, because she is indeed in that green skin suit. She's also got a strong position overall. But for me, she's got that to defend as well. It's a difficult move. She's currently 4th on GC at the moment, but there is a big climb towards the end here. She's some way back in this group at the moment in the early stages of this time trial, but it is an early stage. And, there are many different ways to ride and race a time trial. For me, Natalia Idzik is a punchy rider.
Yes.
It's going to be really interesting to see what she can do in this individual time trial today.
And you say a punchy rider. I mean, that is my style of riding, and I would ride a time trial. I was never great at the one pace, sit there and go at one speed. The kick, the rest, using the course to your advantage here. It's going to be two things. One, go up over the climbs hard, but then go into the descents. These little rises that we see on the course, go up into the climb and then down on the descent, but never go into the red is key. So push hard. Don't go so hard that you need to recover.
No. So when you are looking at the moment, we're in with Alexandra Knowles and currently punching at zone 6, zone 5, zone 6 into this small climb, you'll see her come back down to zone 4. Now, if you're in zone 4, you're in a pace that you can hold, should be able to hold comfortably for an hour or longer, and it is a manageable effort, never hitting the red zone, never going too hard. This is all about energy management, energy conservation, but giving it everything to the wire. And today, with that final climb, if you can manage your effort till you get to the base, that's when you could start kicking and pushing a little bit harder. But you've got to watch that you don't go into that red too often or too early.
Well, Ange Quap holding the pace. She's up to 2.8 watts per kilo here. A lot of the riders behind moving up to 3. She's got 27 seconds on the left-hand side of your screen. She's leading out the Category 6 race at the moment. Category 5 being led by Ella Vink at the moment from Albin. It's only 2 seconds, and the close nature of the racing in Category 5 really reflected by that bunch behind our leader Vink. Bearing in mind, no draft. So there's no advantage in physical terms. It's not like you've got to try and break away. You've got to try and stamp the elastic syndrome. What you've got to do, this is just about hitting that pace and not going in the red. And there was a time trial local to me. It was called the Thornahilly 11-mile time trial. But it had a climb. And one of the big lessons I learned time trialing was on that circuit. It had a really short, sharp, steep climb. And I went up there faster than anybody, without a doubt. Not a problem at all. And just as I was coming into that, I was passed by the eventual race winner. He passed me going into the climb. I shot past him, made him look like he was slow on the climb. But we went over the top because he hadn't gone as far in the red. Almost instantly, he was up to speed.
Yep.
And he just rode away 10 kilometers an hour faster than me, and there was nothing I could do about it, no matter what I tried, because what I'd done is gone too far in that red zone. So it is about getting that balance, know how far to go, and don't show off on a climb. Doesn't work.
No. It's not a climbing competition. It's an individual time trial. Well, Category 4 are now down in the start pen, ready to race.
Well, headlines, new leader in the house by courtesy of their win on the stage. Congratulations to Suzanne Stedman taking the stage win by a whopping 56 seconds from a phenomenal climber, Valentina Peretti. That puts into context just how good Suzanne Stedman was. She moved up. She's been steadily climbing her way up as we started to hit the hills on stages 3, 4, and 5. And really moving up on that stage 5, 3rd to 1st place. Her gap, it's big. 1 minute 15 behind her. It is Angel Hadlock, the rider who took 3rd on the stage.
And one of the things I love about Suzanne Stedman's race is on the end of stage 1, she was in 11th place. At the end of stage 2, she was still in 11th. Then she moved up, and then she moved up, and then she moved up, and then she moved up. It wasn't, she didn't panic on day 1. Her strengths were coming later, and that is how she's played the game.
Well, after that early lead in the team competitions on days 1 and 2 and 3, Unshakable really now have been shaken from the top in some style by the Rebel riders. They are now 1 minute 25 clear of Unshakable in second. Now the Pedal Queens holding third place, and fourth place riders, the women's sprint team. Teams in fifth and sixth places, swapping places, never give up. Have certainly never given up, because we've just gone ahead of the Cycling District 4. Between those teams at the moment, there's only what is going to be 8 minutes. 8 minutes after 25 hours of racing as a team. Let's see what's going to happen today. It is Category 4, about to leave the start pens here on Stage 6 as they head out on to the race here in Australia on the outer loop, facing 33.7 kilometres of time trial course that ascends 604 metres, 396 of which, pretty much 2/3 of it, is at the end.
Well, yes, and really interesting to see. I do think the team competition in Category 4 is not over yet. 1 minute 25 is not insurmountable today at all. Now, in the overall competition, we'll see the overall standings very shortly, but Nina Dowling is coming out here. Schultz, Geraldo, Mongeli. I am going to just give a big up to the rider in 7th place today, Claudia Hyde. It is her birthday.
Oh, come on, harness the power of the birthday and have birthday cake waiting after.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Indeed. And, 7th place at the moment, the individual time trial, and of course, the final stage to go tomorrow could be a good day.
It could indeed. Now, Stemmen moved from 3rd to 1st, with Atahualpa switching places. From 1st to 3rd, Hadlock holding on to that 2nd places. The top rider, though, is Stemmen. That gap up that really opened at 1 minute 15 clear there. Next big gap is between Dowling in 4th to 5th place, Collins, and because Collins now at 4 minutes 55 down. We saw Montoya and Hyde switch places, 7th and 6th places switched. Tomkinson going up, Schultz going up, Kawazuska just dropping from 8th to 10th, with Hermansen just outside the top 10. The battle today, you say a minute's not insurmountable, and I don't think it is. If you have a good day, 1 minute 55 is not impossible, but it's very, very difficult. I think, though, the battle between Hadlock, Atahualpa, and Dowling is the battle today. 1 minute 15 behind for Hadlock, 1 minute 55 for Dowling. That's 40 seconds.
And Atahualpa in the middle.
Yep.
Well, the sprint competition, 60 points at the moment to Catherine Montoya. That just, to me, looks insurmountable. It really, really does. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. Can she hold that? That will be the question. Nina Dowling looks to be the only rider who can contend, but it's a big, big gap.
In the overall to defend.
Yeah, they do today.
In 6th place, and Dowling sitting in 4th position, so they can't take it easy.
No, not at all. The climbing competition in Category 4 was really close. Valentina Peretti and Angel Hadlock battled it day in, day out. And in the end, Angel Hadlock just by 5 points taking that polka dot skin suit. That's the way that competition will stay, assuming those two riders finish tomorrow.
Well, I know the family and the team behind Angel Hadlock working hard as a team to get her rested, recovered, and the sports massage team working hard there to make sure that she's got her legs in shape, ready to go on. I think it's her brother, actually, who's the sports masseur. I mean, what a way to make sure that you get looked after. And congratulations to Angel Hadlock. We've known for such a long time. She's a brilliant rider and a fearsome competitor. She's a rider who's really got some all-round skills, and it's great to see her going away. Whatever happens, so long as she makes it to the end of the race with that polka dot skin. So congratulations. Very well deserved. Okay, Category 4. Up on the road, the riders starting to stretch out here. You can just see Catherine Montoya, our sprint leader at the moment. We've got Schultz and Sonnerson just in front. You've got the white jersey of our young rider as a leader. That is Camilla Altaharpa just in front of her. And then Dowling only a couple of seconds up. Palmer Mongeli just behind Montoya at the moment. Not sure how Mongeli will go today. It may well be a good day today. But you can see how hard our riders are working on that zone at the top, hovering between zones 3 and 4. That would suggest it's a little bit more to come, but it does depend on how much they're saving, because we are coming into that rise that comes up. You can see it on the course profile. If you hit the rise and you're on the limit, you've got to very quickly get back and get yourself in the right place.
Yeah, we're in with Catherine Montoya at the moment, looking with eyes on the screen, watching what is going on, concentration on her face, but putting in a good performance at the moment and a well-managed performance in these early sections of this individual time trial.
So Catherine Montoya will no doubt be looking forward to tomorrow. She's going to be looking forward to the racing as it plays out here on the MyWhoosh Championships. No sprints today for Montoya, just a job of holding position. In with Seba Al-Rai at the moment. So Seba, one of our regular riders. A quick reminder to our riders, please do make sure you get those cameras up and running. We'd love to have the insights. It's been one of the really enjoyable things that we've had in the stage race, seeing what people get up to, having that interaction, and of course getting to get that insight into what people, they may be avatars that you see in terms of racing against each other, but behind every single avatar there is a rider, there's a real person there putting in those performances day after day after day, and it's been great to be in with them. So please, you know the score by now, get your name to match, get into that Zoom room and make sure it's on landscape. Great shot once again of Valentina Peretti. Peretti out of the saddle here in the team colours by the look of it, rather than the Swiss jersey. And today, well, Peretti for me is going to be a really interesting day for her. What can she do today? Does she think about tomorrow and the sprint? Does she just hold that position? Does she see if she can stay in touch? You've got the team competition, and even if you're not in the overall, if you're the third counter for the team, you still got to keep pushing.
Yeah, you do.
You won't want to give it away
but this is
by
interesting
relaxing too
because
much.
Stemman and Hadlock further back down that race field, and really interesting at the moment in that Category 4 race. In the Category 6 at the moment, Stevenson has joined Quapp at the front of the race. So Ange Quapp settling into that pace very, very early and establishing a gap on the rest of the group. Stevenson now coming to the fore at the 14-kilometre marker. So a steadier start for Trudy Stevenson in that yellow jersey. She's now starting to settle into her race. And Hannah Hermansen at 4 seconds, Bridget Bremner at 7. Then the gaps start to open. Agadello at 21 seconds, Hamilton at 30. This is a race against the clock, an individual race, no drafting, none of that to play. There are tactics involved, there is strategy involved in this individual performance, but at the moment, Quapp looking like she's paying a little bit for that early pace.
I think so, and there's no advantage to wait. There's no draft. It's not like the level Phoenix rider Quack can go back and help Stevenson by sitting in front, or she can take advantage of the fast-moving Stevenson coming up and on the way in through. So very interesting to see that move back. But we have gone over the that early bump in the road with category. Category 6, they've gone over that sort of hilly depression and then rise back up again. Category 5 doing much the same at the moment at 10k, just climbing out from that dip. You can see Ella Vink, top right hand side of your screen. On that climb, she's not totally clear. Wilhelm, and look at this, Cheeky Fu.
Yeah.
Fu putting down the power here, maybe showing that she's not just a climber, but she can time trial as well. That's some great all-round skills. Let's move across from categories out on the road to our categories in the pens, and it won't be very long left in the pen for our Category 3 riders.
Yeah.
Now, Gemma Daniels, great ride by her yesterday to take that stage win, a fantastic result for her. Behind her, the nearest rider, it was 1 minute 12 back to Barbara Ballara, but Ballara taking top spot. The battle between Ballara and Nyquist went down to the line, and as you can see, Nyquist was 8 seconds back. When that was fed into the overall, Barbara Ballara is our new yellow jersey wearer, the overall leader on general classification by a whole
4 seconds. seconds.
4.149 of a second. It's nothing between second and third place on GC. First and second place in GC, second and third on the stage. Brilliant to see that racing. Nyquist taking the maximum points in the QOM competition. But this is going to be a real battle today, individually. And the team competition, it's looking a little bit more settled. Riot 3 holding position above yellow, 1 minute 42, so not insurmountable. The Champ Bullies in third place holding their position at 15 minutes back. They've only got 3 seconds between them and the attack pack. 22.5 hours of racing in the team. There's still only 3 seconds separating them, so that's going to come down to the line. It's similarly close between Grit and Fight Talk, who exchange places. Grit into 5th, Fight Talk into 6th. We've got the Champignons in 7th, and in 8th place, Cycling District 3. Time to go racing in Category 3. Time to head out from the pens here in Australia and head on to the outer loop course and head on to the time trial circuit. Getting the start right, don't lose time here, and yet at the same time don't go too far into that red zone and get into that pace. And I think that is the key thing, isn't it? Pacing, as you said, Emily, will be key to the 28.3k marker, because that is the run to the base of the climb. But from 28.3 to our finish line at the end of this race at 33.7, you've got that climb. So up to speed, get up to pace. Lucy Young very quickly doing that. CC Olka also doing the same. Another good day for CC Olka, but Category 3, big movement in that race field.
And Young, she's 4th on GC at the moment. She's leading out here. But when I say 4th on GC, she's only 38 seconds back from top spot and the yellow jersey. Category 3 for me has been the closest competition here. It's been absolutely brilliant, and it is going down to the wire. Bulwara to Nyquist, 4 seconds. Bulwara to Kasani, 27 seconds. Bulwari to Young, 36 seconds. Bulwari to Real, 49 seconds. Bulwara to Lip, 58 seconds. Bulwara to Soapers, 58 seconds. It is so close. Kimberlilla is 1 minute 13 back. Julia Montgomery's 1:19. Wendy McAlpine, well, she is 1:51 back. It is so close in this Category 3 race. Well, today is seriously going to be, I think, potentially could shake up GC.
Well, I should think it would, and I'm hoping to see a real battle between Soapers and Lip. I mean, they're only separated by 2.255 of a second, so it's nothing. Now, in the sprint competition, you can see that is not all over yet. Helen McKay will need to be firing on all cylinders as she goes into that sprint stage. She's got the lead ahead of Lucy Young, with Elisa Grassi behind. Technically, Grassi could still challenge for the lead mathematically, but
McKay would have to score no points. Nil points.
It's a possibility rather than a probability.
Well, in the mountains competition, Emily Nyquist has indeed taken that polka dot skin suit. Asulia Kasani, though, battled strongly. Just 3 points back. In fact, Anne-Marie Lip not that far back either. So the 1, 2, 3 in the mountains competition in Category 3. And that polka dot skin suit will stay on the shoulders of Emily Nyquist.
Nyquist rise from 6th to 2nd. Kasani's rise from 7th to 3rd overall. All part of that battle for points. And Nyquist taking those 8 points, being the biggest point scorer on the day on the big mountain top finish of Mount Fuji on stage 5 was instrumental. It was absolutely critical. She finished off those 5 stages in style and took that. We've got Emily Nyquist on our screens. Congratulations, Emily. Our mountain climbing supremo, the queen of the mountains here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025, and now into 2nd place, so she can really switch focus here on that GC battle between Balawa along with Nyquist, Kasani, Young, Real, Lip, the whole host of riders all the way down through the top 10 and further down the race field, because of course that team competition and that individual battle, it doesn't matter where you are. in a league, in a GC, there's always somebody around you that's a target for you. You might be 101st, you want to be into the top 100. You might be 254th, you want to be 253rd. You might have one of your teammates in there, one of your friends, one of your long-time rivals in there, to try and get yourself into position. And above them, you've got two more opportunities. You've got today and you've got tomorrow. Now, Veronika Ciciolka on our screens at the moment. Veronika working well here. You can see that window into the pain cave. She's in amongst a real good group of riders there. Gemma Daniels having a fantastic day, but not up the standings, into 12th place, 3 minutes down. Ciciolka, well, she's going to be looking today to be pushing on and trying to help her team. In front of her in the overall, she's inside the top 30 in 29th place. Gap, though, it's 4 minutes to Pavia in front, but behind, Hill is only a couple of minutes back, as is Silver. So we'll see how that battle unfolds. Julia Montgomery, good day for her. Moved into the top 10, 11th into 9th place. So Montgomery giving it absolutely everything yesterday on the mountain to get herself up into the top 10. At the moment, she might be 10 seconds down on Young, and Rail might be 2 seconds up the road, but she's got Miller for company. And Julia Montgomery here, you can see getting out of the saddle, just making sure that she uses the momentum and these rises and maximizes speed. That's just absolutely key. Make sure that you're giving the most speed without compromising the end of the race. And remember that you've got to get to that finishing line as fast as you can. The clock is counting. The enemy is time today. You cannot give away time. You want to gain time. You want to be its friend. You want to make sure that you get those places nailed on the way through. Montgomery working well. Just a little bit further back, Kim Bonilla, our leader in the young riders, the Espoir competition in the under 23. A great race for Bonilla so far. Whatever happens, but I think she will want to defend that jersey all the way into the line. She really has shown she's a rider to watch for the future. We've got Kimber Miller on our screens. She took a rest day yesterday, as did Angelica Altamirano. In terms of racing, they went on the Sunday Race Club, but I'm sure they were out spinning those legs around and making sure that they didn't lose that momentum that they've built up, and that speed. They've built the fans rolling, and I think back in the familiar pain cave once again.
Yeah, it's been a great competition in that young riders competition between Kim Bonilla and her under 23 Philippines teammate, Angelica Altamirano. The jersey has switched shoulders a few times, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Bonilla can hold that.
And we know Angelica Altamirano can sprint. Bonilla can as well, but yeah, they can both sprint and they can both race. And I think it just comes down to who has survived best. When you're younger, it's harder to do these longer stage races.
Bonilla at the moment is around 4 minutes up now on Angelica Altamirano. Bonilla in 8th overall, Altamirano in 13th. Strong performances from both riders, particularly really early on in those early sprint stages. And interesting to watch them in the time trial today. Well, Category 3 well and truly settled into this. Take a look at the top right-hand corner of the screen. One long snaking line of blue dots indicating one long line of riders. Category 3 are away. They're at the 4.7 kilometre marker. On the left-hand side of your screen at 20.1, it's the leaders in the Category 6 race. And I can tell you, Bridget Bremner, slow and steady, sometimes wins the race.
Well, Bridget Bremner did that move of starting slow and moving up. Top 3 riders in the overall, plus Ange Quap, are your 4 leaders on the road. They've got now what is into double digits. It's over 40 seconds back.
It's so hard to hold your nerve.
It is.
And execute your plan sometimes in an individual time trial.
Well, let's see who will hold their nerve in Category 2. This has been a race with the most change after yesterday's stage. I think a lot of change in movement in team and individually. On the stage, Elisa Haig taking top spot, 4 seconds ahead of Rhiannon Denton. Denton's push really key for her movement within the overall competition. Paulson, who was looking to move back up again, also having a good day at the office, taking away third place. Jennifer Goslander took the maximum number of sprint points and really has reinforced that. But Elisa Haag she climbed. That time gap probably doesn't do her justice about how good she was on yesterday's stage.
No, fair point. I have to agree. She was absolutely brilliant. But it is so close in the overall in this category as well. Not quite as close as category 3, but still all to play for.
So Mina Koisten defending her lead in the individual competition, still 35 seconds ahead of Jennifer Goslander, who moved up into that second place yesterday. In terms of the team competition, Cadence defending their lead, but Abus Esports moving through the rankings, along with Core holding in third place. You've got Continental Shift, the Swedish Fika Mafia, right to and La Rosa Blanca, the squads in that order. 7 minutes, 11 seconds from Cadence to Abus Esports. Big shift, fifth to second. Abus Esports, courtesy of some phenomenal climbing. Core riding well. Continental Shift just dropping a little bit, as did Swedish Fika Mafia, but those time gaps are not insurmountable today. All of them measured by minutes. 22 minutes separates the top to the bottom in terms of team times as category 2 leave. A real important day now in category 2, because although the time gaps are there and across the field they're substantial, there's no one real super decisive gap. Potentially, the first gap of around about a minute is actually between third and fourth place in the overall competition. Jennifer Goslander going out hard here. She moved from third to second place in the overall competition, 35 seconds down on Mina Koinsteden, who defended her lead. She's the yellow skin suit on the road, currently about what is going to be fifth or sixth wheel at the moment. Amanda Paulson also moved up from fourth to third. A big climber. Madonna Degmashandi, great ride by her, moving herself up from 9th into 4th place, breaking into the top 5 riders on the way through the day's stage. Denton moving into the top 10 for the first time for a little while, taking 7th. Sophie Giovanni, another great climber, moving into 8th place from outside the top 10. Really close, Emma, and a lot less to play for, but we're going to need to see gaps of sort of a minute or so, aren't we?
There is a lot to play for. I'm just sitting here looking at Koisten and Goslander coming out of the pen, sitting zone 3, zone 4, putting up 260 watts. And I'm sitting there thinking, I so wish 260 watts was my zone 3.
You, me both.
Well, whilst I am in awe of our riders coming out of the pen, Simmons, Goslander, Svardström and Koinsten, once upon a time, a long time ago, I was a lot younger, but at the moment, Goslander pushing on the pedals here, and take a look at this, Bergin. Well, we know Bergin has power as well, but Goslander in the sprint competition, 71 points. She has been so dominant. She can't really be caught.
Well, she can. If she has a really bad day and Trudin has a good day, but
if she doesn't take to the start line, she can get caught.
If she doesn't take to the start line, she's out.
Well, I know, exactly.
It's game over. Let's talk about the Queen of the Mountains competition. That has been signed, sealed, and delivered. You can see on your screen, Katarzyna Wellner, 59 points overall from Rianne Denton. Denton's great day at the office yesterday, really pushing her in and up and sealing that second place. Third place going to Sarah Roach. Congratulations, though, to our Category 2 Queen of the Mountains on the MyWhoosh Championship, Katarzyna Wellner. Fantastic job. And fantastic job for Mina Koistonen. Dealt with the pressure yesterday. She came into that climb competition and into the race, into that run at Fuji, and she had really the weight of that yellow jersey on her shoulders. She had to deliver it on the climb. She's shown she's a great all-round rider. She's not necessarily the greatest climber, but she's a great all-round rider.
Yes.
And that's what you need to be a stage racer. You can't have phenomenally bad days at anything. You've got to have basically good days at everything and occasionally great days, and that will get you there. And that's what's happened for Mina. And now she's on the time trial. She's behind a real time trial specialist, Hayley Simmons. absolutely phenomenal time trial rider, just up the road. Simmons, for me, if there's anything she doesn't know about time trialing, you could probably write it on a postage stamp.
Postage stamps are very small.
Yeah, she knows so much about them. She's time trial champion, multiple time trial champion, so many time trial wins. I had the pleasure of commentating on the British time trial championships up in Stockton-on-Tees, up in the northeast, and that was quite a while ago. Hayley Simmons was there, absolutely storming ride by her. I was so impressed, and afterwards, just like she just been there, got the plan delivered. The pacing should be there, the power should be there. She knows what to do in this. She doesn't need to worry about that time trial position. She's away. Amanda Poulsen, great rider. I mean, what a race for Poulsen over the last roller coaster week that she has had. I mean, she's been up, she's been down, she's been up, she's been down. She's been hovering around the top. She's in third place at the moment. She moved from fourth to third yesterday. She's 46 seconds down on Cloyston. She's 10 seconds. Well, not even. It's 11 seconds.
She's 11 seconds down on Gothlander.
But she's a minute clear nearly from Madonna Degan-Menshandy. At the moment, Poulsen holding second place. Now, Cloyston needs to keep an eye on this because she can't let those gaps go.
Amanda Poulsen, for me, we've watched her on the Sunday Race Cup. She's a really strong rider, and when she's on a good day, she is on a good day. And I know one of the things is you can't really think about your competitors at this point in time. The only thing you can do is think about you and executing what you are capable of today. But she's really one to watch. Well, Amanda Poulsen at the moment is 5 seconds clear of Coinston, and Bergin is right up here today. So is Svardstrom. Holly Bergin, for me, time trial, should go well. The climb towards the end may be the challenge, but until we get to that 28-kilometre marker, I think Bergin should be higher up in this Category 2 race field.
And I'm just keeping a quick check here in terms of time trial for Poulsen. Poulsen was 10th in the National Time Trial Championship
of
Denmark for 2025 in Aalborg. That was 26.8 kilometers of racing, and she came through. She wasn't that far down on the winning time, and so certainly got the experience of racing.
Well, she'll know how to pace. She will know herself inside out then in terms of the time trial discipline, and she will indeed be executing to that plan. Now, Jennifer Gothlander on our screen at the moment, and she is in the mix. Now, she's in that green skin suit because she's obviously leading that sprint competition, but she is settled and comfortable at the moment.
And Gothlander, for me, has been one of the riders here in Category 2. It's full of amazing riders, but she's been one of the great riders because she's been contesting the sprint. She was battling in the mountains. She's looked at the overall. She's been out there every single day. You see her, we go to the screen, you see her, she just looks exactly the same day after day after day. Doesn't look like there's any fatigue there. She's out, she's ready to race. She's got that enthusiasm there, and she's in the mix. For me, I'm not sure how hard she will defend her second place from Poulsen, given that she's got tomorrow to come in the sprint competition. But, and it is a big but, I'm not sure whether she thinks she can go over Cloyston, and that's going to be a real battle. I really want to see what she does today. It's going to be. I think it's a decision to be made by Gothlander. Rhiannon Denton. One thing for Denton to do today, and that is just keep on pushing up into the top 10. Blasted into 7th place yesterday because of her climbing prowess. 2:55 down on race leader. Denton, job done yesterday. Brilliant ride.
It was a really, really good ride. It really was, and like you say, took her up into 7th place on GC. Do you know it's still quite close? She could climb further. She could, well, indeed, maybe possibly push onto 6th. Ortiz is not that far away, around 40-ish seconds. So Denton will have Ortiz in her sights, but at the moment, Hayley Simmons is riding away with this time trial. 5.3 kilometres. She is doing what she knows how to do, and she is doing it well.
That long tradition of GB racing and riding on time trials, it's a real staple of the scene in the UK. She's well away. Now, it's time for us to take a look at the elite riders, the Category 1 riders. Stage winning yesterday, and that was Kate McCarthy. She put 26 seconds into a fast-moving Gabby Guerra. Guerra sitting at 2:43 down in the overall. Kulczynski, great rider from the hill climb specialist. No surprises to see her climb well. And great to see her on her own terrain, putting in a real masterclass. Went up there, beaten only really by Guerra and McCarthy, and it pushed her up into third place overall.
Yeah.
Very quickly, sprint winner, Mika Soderstrom. No surprises that she was out there hoovering up yet more points in that competition, but McCarthy also taking the climb points on the way through. In terms of the team competition, your leading team is Ablock International. They are leading by 8 minutes 14 seconds from Sweat Sensations at the moment. They're the team in second place. The Breakaways in third, Supernova in fourth, Purebred Daisies in fifth, What Team in sixth, and the Underdogs in seventh. Realistically, the top 6 teams are within 35 minutes of the race lead. But from second, 8 minutes down, to sixth, 35 minutes down, not done and dusted yet. But I've got to say a big up to the Underdogs. Well done for continuing to ride. 2 more days to go. Get those team riders in and get over the line. The fastest team time of any team across all categories, Ablock International, 20 hours of racing, 20 hours, 28 minutes and 30. They're going to add to that today with the 3 fastest time trial riders on that Ablock International squad. Today, it's about getting up to speed, getting up to pace, as Emma says, not panicking at the start, following your own plan. If, like Bridget Bremner, you're going to start that a little bit slow, but then build up to pace, follow your plan. If you're going to go out hard and hold that, get that time.
Well, Guerra's gone out strong at the moment. Take a look at that. Guerra out strong, setting a pace, setting a rhythm, getting quickly into her pace. Now, Guerra, Alberg, Fua, McCarthy, Kulczynski, Tomasi. This is going to be one battle. But whilst we said earlier on that McCarthy was 2 minutes 43 clear of Guerra at the top of the tree, it's 23 seconds between third place and sixth place on GC. So from Kulczynski to Tomasi, 23 seconds. From 8th place, Gallegos, Meyer and Van Hove, only 15 seconds separate those 3. So the top 10 could all shuffle today.
They could, and I think they potentially will, because this is going to be about power. Now, one of the key things here is not just for these riders, when we look at them, about their power to weight ratio, because that's only going to really come into play on the climbs. This is about pure power.
Watts.
This is about how many watts you can generate for a long distance, and the watts that you can generate and hold. You've got to be able to generate the power and hold it. You've got to keep it going. It's not a sprint. And that is really, really key. Sprint points, Mika Soderstrom at 69 points. She's ahead by more than that critical 30 points from Tennille Otto. So Mika Soderstrom sewing up the points competition yesterday. Congratulations to Mika Soderstrom. She now just has to make it to the finish line on the final stage. Tennille Otto, a clear of Lisa Hermansen, but I would never discount Hermansen from battling with Otto all the way to the finish. So we have those 6 sprints tomorrow.
Well, the mountains competition, Kate McCarthy picking up 64 points, wearing the polka dot skin suit underneath the yellow skin suit at the moment. And she will carry that competition to the finish. Francesca Tomasi did a phenomenal job picking up 30 points and going into second place. Gabby Guerra, 28. But nobody really challenged McCarthy in those early stages for those early checkpoints.
And I think that was a bit of a bank. In the bank for McCarthy. Go out, put those times in. The background of the McCarthy Pain Cave changes.
Every day.
The Fern is there. The legendary Fern of New Zealand. The All Blacks team, the rugby team. A phenomenal team, phenomenal and riding. We don't even need the little message, although thank you to deliver all the updates. Thank you, sir. But even I know this one. Brilliant to see that in the background. And I think for me, McCarthy getting in a win in that competition, really, really good. Behind, I have to say, well done to Francesca Tomasi. You know, she's beaten an accomplished climber, Gabby Guerra, in that competition. She's taken those points on that last day, and it put her ahead. It's only a couple of points, but I tell you what, second place is really, really good in that competition. Tomasi doing really, really well. The Italian rider just ahead of Brazilian rider Guerra in second and third places in that climb competition in category 1. Right-hand side of your screen, the leaders on the road, McCarthy at the moment with Guerra, the 1-2 in the overall, the 1-2 on the road. Arlberg on a good day here today. Kolczynski is not far behind. Tomasi, I think, is losing a little bit of ground to Kolczynski. And for me, Kolczynski is going to be an interesting one. She is not the world's biggest person, to put it mildly. She's a very, very, very small person, and that means that she climbs well.
Height-wise.
But she's very good at pacing.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Kolczynski and Tomasi are both short people. I say that, you know, they're not big. Well, I mean, okay. I think I'm average. I'm 5'5" tall.
That's in imperials.
It is.
Do you know
1m67.
Okay.
I feel tall in comparison to Tomasi and Kolczynski.
Yes.
Some of the other riders here, I feel short in comparison to.
Indeed, and it's going to be about the power. Now, generally, the bigger rider, the taller rider, will put down more power. It's that straightforward. However, this is about power and pace today, and that is where these riders really have to make sure they keep this down. Tomasi, you can see on this rise, she's going to be using these climbs to good effect, because this is where she gets the advantage. She's got that great climbing ability. Unfortunately for her, Kolczynski also has the same. So for me, Tomasi and Kolczynski are super matched, super matched riders. Kolczynski versus Tomasi in a time trial, it's about pacing, it's about mental ability. One rider who I'm really looking forward to seeing today, who I know will have an absolutely dialed plan, Catherine Fua. Fua, for me today, has got the potential to go back up. She dropped from 3rd to 7th place yesterday, but we're not talking huge time gaps, but she has the potential today to put in a fantastic ride. Can she go up in the standings? I don't know, those gaps are there, but Catherine Fua, for me, has put down a real marker, and I think for me, she's shown her strengths in races and in positions on this MyWhoosh Championship that whilst they're good here, are even better when we move on to the World Championships.
Oh, I agree completely. I am seriously looking forward to watching Catherine Fua, the bronze medalist from the 2024 World Championships, take on the semi-final in October for this year's World Championships, because for me, she's stronger. She's got more punch. Her top-end power is looking good, and I'm really looking forward to watching her race that. Maria Holdcroft, well, she was 4th to Catherine Fua in that World Championship title, and she has proved how strong she is here. She's currently lying 4th on GC, just 2 seconds behind Kristen Kolczynski. It is a seriously close race, and for me, Holdcroft, she's got a little bit of everything in her armoury. She can sprint, she can climb. She, for me, is a good all-round racer.
Now, this course, as we've said, it is a flat course for the majority. There are a few rises, there are a few bumps on the way to the finish, but at 28.3k, it goes skywards. And this is where it's about how much have you saved. Hannah Hermansen was clearly saving something. She's now got 7 seconds on Trudy Stevenson on the road. They started the day with 5 seconds between them. Stevenson leading with a 5-second gap back to Hermansen. Hermansen climbed well yesterday. Can she open this up enough? Can Stevenson come back? Has opened. This is a move for the overall by Hannah Hermansen on the slope. She's got to make it all the way to 33.7 kilometers, and she will need more than 5 seconds in the bank to Trudy Stevenson. Bridget Bremner doing a great job here.
Yes.
She's holding the third place. Now the gap between Bremner and Stevenson, it is a matter of minutes, but Bremner reinforcing her third place here because the rider in fourth place, that's Monica Hadjuk, not in sight.
No, she's not. And Hadjuk could lose some time here. I mean, she's got some sliding room, but we could well see some changes in that top 10 today. But Hermansen, Stevenson and Bremner, these three riders, along with Monica Hadjuk, have given us an amazing competition in Category 6. And funnily enough, it's Hermansen, Stevenson and Bremner, the three we saw on day one. We're seeing them in the individual time trial now. Well, Birdie and Driscoll is side by side with Melissa Scriven. Melissa on our screen at the moment. She did indeed race the Sunday Race Club yesterday. Hello again, Melissa. Great to see you. And Birdie and Driscoll and Scriven have raced together on many an occasion. And now Scriven just coming up and past Driscoll as they go into the foothills of the climb. Now, this climb on the Australia Outer Loop course, if you've ever ridden or raced on Sunday Race Club and you've ridden the Outer Loop course on the Sunday Race Club, the riders are going up what is normally the race route descent.
It is, and it's going to be really critical here. Birdie and Driscoll for Level Phoenix, currently 16th place, currently sitting at what is going to be 1 hour 19 minutes 13 down. It is going to be 1 hour 20 down for Melissa Scriven. They are separated by under a minute. They are 16th and 17th respectively, so this push critical. Now, Juliana Agadello on this climb here in Category 6. Agadello really wanting to push up through the top 10, currently sitting in 7th position. She held that 7th place. Top 7 riders holding their position in the top 10 in the stage 5, the Big Mountain stage. Agadello showing that she can climb. At the moment, she's ahead of Quapp, the early leader on the road. Now losing some time, 125 down on Agadello. Agadello, 44 down on Hermansen. Big news at the front. Hermansen's gap to Stevenson now at 20 seconds.
It is, but I can tell you, Agadello is ahead of Solizano, she's ahead of Sarasu, and she's ahead of Hadjuk on the road at the moment in this time trial. Those three all ahead of her on GC currently. She is doing a fabulous race today.
She could be running herself up into 4th place, and that is the battle. Hadjuk, Sarasu, Solizano, Agadello, all racing for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th potentially here today. Do you want to be in that top 5? How much do you want it? How much can you make it work today? Can you then, if you expend the energy today, keep in with the lead group tomorrow? So Category 6 on the climb, the leader on the left-hand side of your climb, Hannah Hermansen trying to climb herself up into the yellow skin suit. The yellow skin suit is behind. That's the leader on the road, Trudy Stevenson. That's Category 6. In Category 5, well, Shiki Fu has transferred from the flats to her preferred terrain, and she has decided now is the time. Fu, this is an interesting move. It's, well, when you look at a mountain to climb, you put Fu in the mix, and at the moment she had a mountain to climb. She was 4 minutes 58 down, but she has the potential to go over the top of Joy Mayer and Yarzok into 5th place and into the top 5 with this ride.
Well, and I'll tell you what also is happening behind. Jarlskog and Fu are battling, but Wilhelm is right there as well. Now, Wilhelm could be riding herself into the top 10. She's currently sat in 12th place, and she needs to push on and she needs to move on if she wants a top 10 finish in Category 5, and she's doing a great job. Now, Megan Albon, the rider at the front of the GC, well, she is around 20 seconds back at the moment. She's doing a great job at defending this.
And we need to know what the gap is really between Albin and Becker, because they were only separated by 10 seconds. So Albin leading, Becker in 2nd place at 10 seconds. 18 seconds down Alza. So this is going to be a real fight. Alvin is ahead at the moment of Becker. She's ahead at the moment of Alzate. She needs to keep in that position and to keep on pushing in Category 5. Category 6 leader, 30k covered. It's not that far behind to our Category 5 leaders. And look at this, Justina Yarzok has moved herself up here. Yarzok, the rider who started the day in 6th position. now starting to go with Fu here. So 6th and 7th place, Yarzok and Fu together. Yarzok has answered the move by Fu, the rider who potentially could steal her spot. And in answering her, she's gone over the top and gone into the lead. Meanwhile, Megan Albion behind on a good ride here.
She is
currently, what, 4th on the road, Emma?
She's currently 4th on the road, but I can tell you she's over 50 seconds clear of Natalia Becerra, the rider behind her, 10 seconds back on GC.
Wow.
And there's a real battle, I think, going on behind her for 2nd, 3rd and 4th on GC, and it is going to be a really tight race today. But Albon is doing what she needs to do. She's in that yellow jersey. She is absolutely managing this race to perfection. She is doing the business, and whilst there are riders ahead of her on the road today on this individual time trial, they will not touch her position on GC. So Albin doing what Albin needs to do.
Same yellow jersey since the stage 1 victory that she took in the sprint, and the yellow jersey now defending in style. 4th on the road. You can see the riders just in front. Yazlik 22 seconds, not going to get close. Fu 20 seconds, also not going to get close. And I think Wilhelm again not going to worry her at the moment. The riders behind, as you say, Alza, it's Joymer having a battle of their own. I think it's just going to continue onwards. Here's Agadello in category 6. We're going to move to the riders who started off first. Category 6, our standard race category. As the riders progress, they go from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. At the moment, Agadello on a ride, on a mission. The riders in front are the top 3 overall. Solazano at the moment is showing us 2 minutes down, so she's going to go over the top of Solazano. She's got Hadjuk behind. The gap between Agadello and Hadjuk surely too big. I mean, the gap between them is 9 minutes, but Hadjuk at the moment is at 3 minutes, and there's still distance to go. So it may be that 4th place is not achievable. It may be, depending on where Sarasu is, that she could potentially get 5th, but she's certainly going to move up from what was her 7th place at the start of the day. Bridget Bremner, well, pacing,
brilliant.
Superb.
Absolutely brilliant. Bremner and Stevenson on our screens at the moment. Hermansen is up the road by 23 seconds. The category 6 race, every single category, the race within it has been superb. We have been on the edge of our seats, witnessing and watching the racing unfold. And today is exactly that. Unfolding ahead of us is the GC competition. Tomorrow's stage, well, it's really one for the sprinters. The question is, could we see a breakaway? Could we see teams go? It would have to be a massive team effort to get a rider up the road tomorrow. It is not impossible, but well, we will wait till we get there, because today we're watching the individual time trial unfold. And in category 6, Hermansen, well, she is riding herself into the lead and into the yellow jersey.
So on the left-hand side of your screen, Hannah Hermansen leading from the riders that were with her in the top 3, Bridget Bremner and Trudy Stevenson. But this is Nina Dowling leading category 4 from Claudia Hyde. She's moved ahead of Hyde. She was ahead to start the day. Gina De Grazia, I don't think is going to threaten on the GC, but she would love to take that stage position today. Kawazuska started the day in 10th place, 10 minutes down on the race, a lead 8 minutes down on Dowling's not going to be up there, but we're in with Gina De Grazia. So we see Gina going over the top of this race, starting to pick up the pace. You can see those revs picking up here, and Gina De Grazia going to be looking forward to getting in to the end here. She will move herself up through the GC if she can hold this position, but De Grazia at the moment nicely took into 3rd place. Kawazuska behind her, then Atahualpa, followed by Peretti, and the yellow jersey of Stenman at the moment. Well, she's inside the top 10 here. She comes on our screens. She's going on to the wheels of Peretti. Stenman has to make sure she stays clear of Hadlock. But at the moment, Hadlock not inside the riders on our screen. And moment, we're going to see Atahualpa gain some time back on Hadlock. It's only 10 seconds between them, and Hadlock could be sliding down the GC here.
Well, it could be an interesting move. Kath Tompkinson, the rider in the Masters competition in Category 4, is there as well. She's putting a strong position on racing at the moment because she's racing against Kathy Collins for that overall. Those two have been battling it out in this competition. Montoya is there as well in the green skin suit. She's even further back down the road. There's going to be some big time gaps here today, but Kath Tompkinson on our screen at the moment doing a sterling job.
She moved from 9th to 8th yesterday on that big mountain stage, pushed herself up the mountain and into what was an 8th place overall at the start of today. She'll be looking to defend that as she moves onwards. Interestingly, Schultz not all that far away. Now, here we go. We are in with Palmer Mongeli. She's currently riding sadly, we can't read everything that's on the balloon on the screen because only half of it makes it in. You never know. We might see a little bit more of that. Palmer Mongeli at the moment behind Montoya, ahead of Marcin and Pamplona. And Mongeli here on this rise going over the top now needs to pick up that momentum and speed as they make the way over the top on the ridge. It says, apparently, according to the team, I love every moment with you. Well, we're loving every moment with Palmer Mongeli. I'll tell you something, if that's what the riders feel about being on the MyWhoosh Championship, that is job done for the team. If they're loving every moment of being here and racing as much as we're loving talking about it, and I know the team behind the scenes are in terms of watching the race unfold on the race that they spent so long making happen, I tell you, that is fantastic to see. So thank you very much, Palmer. Hopefully, you're going to love every moment of the race by the time you get to the very finish. I'm not sure I loved every moment of a time trial. Well, I can think of a few I hated.
Well, Matt reminisces on time trials that may not have gone his way. We've got riders on the screen at the moment for whom the time trial is going their way. Now, at the 28.3 kilometre marker where Diana Corrales is, it is the base of the climb. The climb here in Australia on the outer loop course that finishes off this time trial. Now, the early slopes are steadier in terms of their gradient. The mid-section, though, very, very steep, hitting around 13% in places. So there are some steep climbs to come, and getting your pacing to this point right so that you don't blow on the climb. Absolutely crucial. Well, I'll tell you one rider who is doing a phenomenal job, and that is Juliana Agadello and Bridget Bremner. This is a Category 6 race. They're at the front of the pack, and Agadello has just ridden herself past Trudy Stevenson. Stevenson now at 10 seconds, Bremner 3 seconds ahead. And I'll tell you something, Hannah Hermansen may not have this all her own way. They're at the 31.8 kilometre marker. And let's just remind ourselves, it finishes today at 33.7, but it climbs right to the end. And Bremner, what pacing. Agadello, what riding.
And there's a resurgent Trudy Stevenson on the way here as well, because that gap had gone right out. Stevenson just behind Agadello here by about 12, 13 seconds. So Manson up the road by 9. So it's still hovering at 20. The gap between our leader and second place, 5. But it's not all over. We're at 31.8K. We've got to go all the way to 33.7. And it's all uphill. There's no relenting in this gradient. Agadello on a ride here goes past Bremner, who had moved in front of her on the road with that well-paced run into the climb here. Hermansen in front of Agadello here. Surely he's got to be going for the stage win, and that would be a just reward for a rider who's been right inside that top 10 battling. Meanwhile, Category 5, they are not that far behind the leader.
There's been a change.
Yeah, they certainly. Look at this. Justina Yarza, the rider who started the day in 6th place, 4:34 down. Joy Mayer was just in front of her, so a top 5 position in the overall is looking like more and more like a certainty here for Yarza. But just as importantly, she's got some big time gaps behind her, not just seconds, but also Also, we have got gaps of minutes opening up on some of the riders
We do.
here today, and that's going to be very, very important. The time at the finish line, that clock will stop, and that will be when the race of truth, the Contre Le Mans, the time trial comes to an end. Racing against the clock, racing against your competition. There's if you're just joining us, quick reminder. Doesn't matter if you're behind a rider, you will not see those what's going into green. It is all about you versus the course versus the clock. There is no drafting. There is nothing to be gained other than a psychological advantage that you are with somebody else. Shiki Fu at the moment has Wilhelm for company. They are at the moment behind Yarzot. The time gap showing up at what is just short of a minute now to Yarzot, hovering between 44 and about 54 seconds. That is a huge gap here. Wilhelm on the move, moving away up, as Emma indicated earlier on. Agadello, we had seen riding strongly in category 6. In category 5, Yarzak looking good at the moment. In category 4, Nina Dowling still leading. I think that is going to be by 14 seconds. But Gina Di Grazia working her way up here in this this train of blue riders at the moment. Dowling, Di Grazia, Hyde, Stemman and Peretti. And I think Susan Stemman and Valentina Peretti have saved something for the climb. I'm expecting to see them rocket the way up this climb and really open up the throttles here. When they get to the terrain, you race to your strengths. You train your weaknesses. Today is race day. You have to race those strengths. And I think we're going to see Stemman and Peretti race up this climb. So here we are in with leader Nina Dowling, gap to Di Grazia, 17 seconds. Currently at the 29.9k mark. You're going to hit that 30k. And all the riders will know at that point 3.7k to go, 3,700 meters. The crowd at the side of the course here cheering our riders on as the riders come past. The flags and the banners, combining the two in one there, on the way up. I haven't seen a spectator waving a bag yet, but you never know. This is MyWhoosh, and they can create anything you want. And at the moment, doing a great job here with the most amazing race. The time trial unfolding before us. We've got category 6 battle on our screens. Hannah Hermansen versus Juliana Agadella, 7 seconds separating second and first place. We've got Yarzok leading in category 5. We've got Dowling leading in category 4. And Lucy Young at the moment in category 3 has got 26 seconds on Gemma Daniels. And it's about 35 on Montgomery. Now, Young started the day 38 seconds down on Barbara Bulawa. That is going to be potentially all about who is taking yellow here, because I haven't seen Balawa on the screens in category 3 near the front of the race. And the yellow jersey leader from the Riot 3 squad, the teammate of Emily Nyquist, who's already taken the Queen of the Mountains competition, is going to be under threat here because Lucy Young is pushing on. Meanwhile, Agadello here now within 4 seconds of the race lead. They're at 32.5k. Stevenson is distanced by enough to change the overall race lead to take that yellow jersey back for Hermansen. They've been switching it between themselves, Stevenson and Hermansen. Agadello, though, great ride here. This is potentially going to take her up into not only the top 5, but can she push herself up into what is going to be a 4th place? Hadjuk, the rider behind, 2 minutes 18 down at the moment. I don't think there's going to be enough there to move up. We haven't, though, seen Sarasu, and Sarasu only 5 minutes in front. And the way that Agadella's riding, 5 minutes is nothing.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Hermansen holding 9 seconds clear of Agadello at the moment. They're coming up to the 1,000 metre marker. 1,000 metres to go here in the individual time trial. And Hannah Hermansen is pushing strong at the front, but Juliana Juliana Agudelo has been slowly clawing her way through the field and doing a sterling job here today in category 6. Trudy Stevenson currently at 21 seconds back from Hannah Hermansen. She started the day on GC 5 seconds clear of Hermansen. This is going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to the final 1,000 metres here in the category 6 race. Bremner at 4 minutes 40, but Agudelo is going to climb her way up GC today, I think. But a sterling ride. Hannah Hermansen at the top here. She's got 800 metres to go. Can Agudelo catch her in this individual time trial? Well, it's going to be close.
This is, for Agudelo, critical. Every second counts for Agudelo. There is the potential of a top 5 on general classification at stake. There's a potential of a stage win on the MyWhoosh Championship. As Emma said earlier, there are 7 chances in 2025 to take a stage win on the MyWhoosh Championships. Much as I would love to have a stage race at least 4 times a year, because it is just so good. I'm not sure our riders would appreciate that. The team behind MyWhoosh might lynch me for saying that, but I have to say, there are only 7 opportunities. There's 1 at stake here today. Can Agudelo claim that stage win here?
And Hermansen has pushed again,
oh,
you know.
She wants it so much.
She's driving towards the line, Hermansen, at the moment. She's mindful of that gap back to Stevenson behind. Agudelo, look at that effort on her face.
And I just saw 4.5 watts per kilo from Trudy Stevenson putting in a big thing. The yellow jersey comes round the corner behind our race leader here. We're at 33.1K. We have still got distance to go. And Stevenson, I think, has said something. There's a response from Hermansen. She knows she needs to keep the gap there. Stevenson came around that turn. She's got in her sights the virtual yellow jersey in the shape of Hermansen. She's wearing that yellow skin suit. She will not want to hand this across. How much do you want this, Trudy Stevenson? How much do you want to take the jersey on to the next stage? How much does Agudelo want those seconds, those times to move herself up into the top 5? At the moment, it may be that she's starting to pay the price for that charger through the group. Behind Bridget Bremner is coming as well. Come on, Giuliano. This is where you need to stick it in. Put it in. Don't worry. There's plenty of time to recover. Tomorrow's another day. There's 1 finish today. There is 1 race finish. You need to get there. You've done an amazing job so far. Keep it going.
Well, Hannah Hermansen at the moment 10 seconds ahead of Agudelo. They're coming up to the final 300 metres to go. The finish is around the bend, but Hermansen has got to stay clear of Stevenson. Currently 17 seconds separates those 2 riders on the road. On GC, Stevenson is 5 seconds ahead of Hermansen. So that at the moment, well, the gap is so close because Trudy Stevenson is pushing hard now. She's driving towards and is starting to lift the pace.
So here we go as they come up onto the climb finale. Here, Trudy Stevenson, who started the day with 5 seconds. At one point, she was heading for 30 seconds behind Hermansen. She's closed the gap back down to 13. She's come onto the wheel of Agudelo, who had gone past her earlier on. What can Trudy Stevenson do making the way up here? She's got Agudelo for company. Juliana Agudelo in second place. She's got Stevenson with her. Hermansen is up the road. Time is running out. Remember that we finish here today on the slopes of the climb in the outer loop of Australia at 33.7 kilometers. There is a heartbreaking few hundred meters left on this climb. Hermansen now pushes again. Stevenson moves up into second place. Agudelo drops down to third. This is critical for the yellow jersey going into the last day. Who's going to take it? These 2 fantastic competitors fighting it out.
Well, currently at the moment, there's 8 seconds separating these two riders on GC Hermansen's way. But Stevenson is closing it down now. Hermansen's got to do something. Hermansen has to respond. The gap on GC will be around 6 seconds in Hermansen's favour at the moment. But the gap is constantly changing as these two riders drive for the finish line. Hannah Hermansen looks to me like she's going to win the time trial today.
But will she do enough to take away the general classification and pull back on that yellow jersey? Hannah Hermansen, she set out her stall early. She went on the offensive. She came into this climb. She did absolutely everything. She comes to the line. She's going to be the winner of stage number 6 here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Hannah Hermansen takes the stage win, and the clock is ticking. At what time gap will it be? She needed 5 seconds. Here comes Trudy Stevenson. Stevenson goes over the line. It's not going to be close enough. I think the yellow jersey will go to Hannah Hermansen. Yes. It does, and it's going to go over by about 7 seconds. As a phenomenal ride by Juliana Agudelo propels her right up in the overall competition. Great ride in 3rd place on the stage.
Well, Category 5 are moving towards the finale of the race as well. And Justina Jarzuk has climbed phenomenally here in the individual time trial. Shiki Few is at 1 minute 20 back at the moment. This is a massive time gap in Category 5. We drop in with Monica Hadjuk. She is climbing strongly as well in the Category 6 race. But it is all unfolding here on the slopes in Australia today.
Well, now the wait is on for Agudelo to see where she moves up to in that overall competition in that Category 6 race. Monica Hadjuk at the moment trying to propel herself up that slope as fast as she can. She wants to, she'll keep hold of the 4th place. That's not going to be troubled by that ride of Agudelo, I don't think. However, Sarasu Solazano are in danger behind Monica Hadjuk. Another great ride in that Category 6 race. Not seen too much of her today. One of our regular riders on screen. Thank you all of our riders who have given us that insight into their world riding up towards the finish. As you can see, the push coming now because Justina Jarzuk, who went in towards that climber, Shiki Fu, really rocketing her way up. Jarzuk has paced this to perfection. Justina Jarzuk started the day 4 minutes 34 down on GC. Now, that sounds a huge amount, but let's put this into context. Behind, Shiki Fu is at 1 minute 12, and she was a long way in front of anybody else. Justina Jarzuk climbing, time trialing to perfection. A masterclass from Justina Jarzuk. She takes the win on stage 6 of the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 5.
Yeah, she does indeed. And clear of Fu. Fu looking to me like Wilhelm is in 3rd, another 37 seconds back. So Jarzuk doing a sterling job. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, we're in with Kate McCarthy. The Category 1 race at the 23.8 kilometre marker. McCarthy 20 seconds clear of Guerra, 33 seconds clear of Ulberg, 1 minute clear of Holdcroft, Fua and Tidholm. Now, Camilla Ulberg, interesting. She can time trial, and she may well be time trialing her way into 3rd overall on GC.
And don't forget, of course, we've got that battle between Kuczynski with Tomasi and all those riders at the moment. Tomasi in there, she's ahead of Kuczynski. They were sort of bookending almost that fight, I think. But Fua right up there as well. Category 1, it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. Alberg, as you say, really time trialing a smart pace. Meanwhile, we're going to go. Sorry, Emma. We're going to dive straight in because Shiki Fu coming up into the finish. This is 2nd place here today on the MyWhoosh Championship, stage number 6. It's Shiki Fu who comes through in behind the leader, Justina Jarzuk. Let's take a quick check on what that time gap is. It's 1:23. Sorry, Emma.
Well, Wilhelm climbing here in category 5 as well. Megan Albon, the rider who was leading on GC when we went into today, 30 seconds back behind Wilhelm in category 5. Ermolova a little bit further back down the road. I think Megan Albon has done enough here today. We're going to see Wilhelm come in. Albon will be the next rider across the line in category 5. She's clear of Becerra. Becerra was 10 seconds back on GC when we went in today. She's clear of Isabel Alzat, who was 18 seconds behind on GC. She's going to hold her lead today. Wilhelm doing a great ride, though. Wilhelm was 12th on GC when we started today. This is going to be a good ride for her, and she is going to progress.
I think there's a big gain. I think there's a real good spot earlier on today in terms of that push. Big kick here from Megan Albon. You can see how much. Look at this, the face of Albon here in that run to the line. She's trying to minimize the amount of damage here today. Albon goes in and through the line. We're going to see what that time gap is. It's 2:39 on Yarzok, and it's going to be what is going to be 1 minute 16 on Fuso, going to hold on to that yellow jersey, but giving away some time gaps on the stage winner. Great racing by our stage winner there, going in through Justina Yarzok, taking the win in category 5.
Well, category 4, Dowling is at the front of the race at the moment. Peretti in 2, 12 seconds back. The yellow jersey, Stenman at 6 seconds, so currently lying in third in this category 4 race. They're coming up to 1,200 meters to go here, and we're in with Valentina Peretti. Peretti, Matt, has just proved what a phenomenal climber she is, and she started that in Zurich. She cemented it in Japan, and now today in Australia, she's doing the same thing.
I know, and she'll be ruined that day when she had that bad day on the bike and she lost all that time and has had to consistently chase since then. Maybe a case in terms of GC of what could have been, but let's take nothing away from the rest of the race. Phenomenal performances from Valentina Peretti. The fact that she's got the yellow jersey not that far behind her really is telling. Nina Dowling, who set out early to go improve on her position, she started today in 4th place, 1:55 down. She will be moving up today because the time gap between herself and Angel Hadlock was 40 seconds coming into today, and I think it's more than 40 seconds. Hadlock, I think, is going to drop down. Atahualpa is a bit of an unknown at the moment as well, so Downing could be climbing herself up to 2nd place in the overall competition here potentially with this ride, dependent on what happens behind.
Oh, an interesting ride and race for Nina Dowling today. She's right at the front of this category 4 race in this individual time trial. She's got 700 meters to go, and I tell you, Valentina Peretti is on a charge from behind. So Peretti in 2 at the moment, Dowling in 1, but the gap now down to 4 seconds. Peretti, I think, has got intention here to win the stage. What can Nina Dowling do about this? Because she's looking like she is about to get caught.
Well, you can see that at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Amazing racing here between Peretti and Dowling for that stage win. That's in category 4. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, that's category 3. Lucy Young, the gap to Lip. Now 2 seconds between them. And look at the train of riders now behind Young. It's going to be Lip, McAlpine, Montgomery, and then a little bit further back to Daniels, all ahead of the yellow jersey of Barbara Balawa, who has waited until the climb to start to accelerate. She's not all that far back. I think it's only going to be a matter of seconds, but the yellow jersey is coming in category 3 after at one stage not being in sight in category 4. Peretti versus Dowling continues their side by side. Just a quick recap. Hayley Simmons still leading in category 2 from Amanda Paulson, Mina Koistonen, and then I think it's going to be Ortiz in 4th place. In category 1, it's still McCarthy, Aguero and Olberg, with Holdcroft and Fua and Tidholm behind.
Yeah, for me, that category 1 race is all about the Olberg-Holdcroft battle for 3rd place on GC. It's going to be really close when we get to the top, I think.
Well, with Valentina Peretti making her way up here. Downing, do you think Downing can make this? The gap She's not. I don't think she's going to touch Stemmer. Stemmer's too close now. 20 seconds behind Peretti, 17 seconds behind Dowling. Peretti, as you say, going for another stage win here today. Peretti has given it everything on these climbs. Really has showed that she is just made to go uphill here today. And brilliant riding, great pacing as well there, because she didn't take the race lead till and didn't really wind it up until she went onto the climb, but she minimised the time loss up to that point.
Yeah, look at this.
Peretti.
I'm just chilling and watching Peretti go over the top of Dowling and now start to stretch. She's stretching. You know, Valentina Peretti has just been one of the riders of the Category 4 race for me.
I think she's really set it alight in terms of individuals. She's not set it alight in terms of the GC, and I think that is the one thing that she will be wanting. But tonight, it's all about the run to the finish now for Valentina Peretti. The gantry is in sight. The finish line is in sight for Valentina Peretti. She has dropped Dowling for 7 seconds in the last kilometre here as she comes up towards the line. Valentina Peretti from Switzerland. She excelled in her home mountain. She made that run to the line, hers there. She's going to take another stage win here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Valentina Peretti, winner on a time trial here today. She puts her arms in the air to salute that. You can how hard she's worked. What a ride.
And how much it means.
Brilliant, brilliant to see that insight there into that pain cave.
Yeah, Nina Dowling coming over the line for second place. That's a phenomenal ride from Dowling. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens behind Stenman, though the yellow jersey, the GC leader, coming through for third on GC today. And Claudia Hyde riding strongly on her birthday, looking to me like she's going to come through for fourth place today. That's a great ride from Hyde.
And that could well push her up into the top 3 overall, dependent on where Camilla Atahualpa is at the moment. Hyde on the way into the line here. Atahualpa's about 30 seconds down. Hyde, I think, just too far back to get into Atahualpa, but she could well push herself to fourth place here, depending on that Collins-Montoya battle behind. Montgomery working hard here in Category 3, but Category 4, Emma, lots of shake-up in there. Category 3, very close.
Yeah, we're in with Julia Montgomery at the moment, and you can see Lip up the road, but only by 4 seconds. Young, Montgomery, McAlpine all together. Daniels at 7 seconds. Bulwara at 12. Sopers at 25. It's a massive battle here. I don't know where Nyquist is. Nyquist was right at the top of the tree on GC. She could be the rider losing out today.
Because Ballara's moving, and we saw Barbara Ballara working hard just early on. She's at 11 seconds, the yellow jersey. She's come from the very back, which she wasn't even in sight on the early stage of that time trial. She's gone on to the climb. Ballara's accelerated away up here. And as you say, the loser here today could potentially be Nyquist, second place.
Yeah, Julia Montgomery, the rider on our screen at the moment, is doing a brilliant job today. She's 9th on GC coming into today, 1 minute 19 back. But it's only sort of 30 seconds between 9th and 5th place. So she is doing a great job today moving up on GC as well.
So just to round up some of those positions in Category 4 as the riders come in over the line. Peretti coming over the line leading from Dowling. Dowling 9 seconds down. Stemman 27 seconds down in 3rd place. 4th place, Hyde at 58 seconds. Atahualpa at 5th place at 1 minute 44. Kawazuska has come through at 1:52, so the gap now approaching 2 minutes. It means Atahualpa will definitely move up into 2nd place. What has Dowling? Has Dowling done enough here to take herself up into a top 3 position? We're just watching the riders come in. Yazok separating De Gracia and Kawazuska coming in. So De Gracia comes in 8th place. She's at 2:27 down. The gap now, I think, starting to be, it's realistically going to be the case that Dowling's ride in Category 4 has taken her up into the top 3. Great result for her.
Wow, brilliant. Well, Category 3, it's it's all going to be changed as well today, because Lip here leading the Category 3 time trial at the moment. She's 9 seconds clear of Montgomery in 2. Montgomery is, well, she's just powering up this climb at the moment. She's put seconds into Young, McAlpine, Bulwara, and Daniels. Julia Montgomery is climbing really, really strongly on the latter stages of this individual time trial today. This is stage 6 of the MyWhoosh Championships. One more stage to go tomorrow. The GC is being given a really big shake today, but Barbara Bulwara, the yellow jersey in Category 3, now starting to push on the climb. The finish line, well, it is around 250 metres ahead, and Anne-Marie Lip may be the first rider in Category 3 to see it, but don't discount the group coming now from behind.
Time running out. They've got to make their move. They've got to keep on pushing. Balara, who came into this time with a big deficit, now moving up. The yellow jersey has used and raced her strengths to her advantage. Lip, though, on the front here. Lip started the day 58 seconds down on the race leader, Balara. She's not managed to pull that back despite a real concerted attack. She should be consolated, though, because it's going to be a stage win, I think, here for Lip. Montgomery's coming hard behind at 6 watts per kilo, but it's going to be too late to challenge for the win. Anne-Marie Lip. Anne-Marie Lip comes over the line to win the time trial. Stage 6 of the MyWhoosh Championships here in Category 3. It's going to be a second place for Julia Montgomery, a third for Gemma Daniels. Barbara Balara, the yellow jersey, will go through in 4th place here today, and she will have defended that jersey in style. The big question in Category 3 will now be, where is Emily Nyquist? Where on the slopes of this mountain is she, and can she manage to keep in touch in that top positions, because she started the day in 2nd.
Well, Hayley Simmons in Category 2 is currently 1 minute 15 seconds clear of Coinstonen in 2nd place in this individual time trial. Hayley Simmons went out from the gun in this individual time trial. This is her specialism. She's a phenomenal time trialer, and she's proving that today. She got into her rhythm very, very early, and she has tapped it out metronomically. Well, Mina Coinstonen behind with Amanda Paulson. These two riders are tied together in battle. Now, Mina Coinstonen currently in that yellow jersey. Amanda Paulson currently lying in 3rd on GC, 46 seconds back. She is 11 seconds behind Jennifer Gothlander, who is 35 seconds back on GC in 2nd. Coinstonen, for me, is cementing this yellow jersey today.
A great rider, great defence by Coinstonen. Paulson's recovery to come into this time trial. We saw her go off from the start, Amanda Paulson, and really set out a great pace. You can see her here on your screens in person and in avatar form. In person, riding and tapping out that rhythm, sat down. The avatar just out of the saddle at the moment in that green jersey behind Mina Coinstonen. At the moment they are, though, 2 minutes down on Hayley Simmons. Simmons started the day 6 minutes down on GC. She's got at least 2 minutes on the rest of the riders. Those 2 minutes instantly put her up into the top 10 from her current 14th position. And then every second that ticks by, every minute that ticks by afterwards, will be critical as to how far up into that top 10 Hayley Simmons can make this. It's going to be all about the finish. Simmons has to keep on pushing. She can't back off just because she knows she's got the stage win. There is a top 10 position, and with those prizes running right the way through the top 10, every second, it's worth dollars here.
Well, it is. And Simmons, Coinstonen, Paulson, Ortiz, Roach, Thompson and Haag are your top 7 at the moment, split by around 2 minutes. So 2 minutes separating the top 7 riders on the road at the moment in Category 2 out in this individual time trial. And most of that 2 minutes is being used by Hayley Simmons off the front.
Well, Simmons off the front in category 2. Category 1, McCarthy doing what McCarthy does, putting the pressure on, breaking clear, time trialing away, and then showing just why she is the world champion. And at the moment, that gap back to Gabby Guerra, hovering round about the 50-second marker. Guerra on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see left-hand side of your screen. McCarthy resplendent in the yellow shoes, the yellow skin suit, the yellow gloves, and the yellow time trial helmet as well.
Well, behind Gabby Guerra in second, 42 seconds back is Camilla Ahlberg in third place, and Ahlberg is riding herself into third place on GC today. Holdcroft behind her, but she is a minute behind her. So Ahlberg, do you know, we've been talking about Camilla Ahlberg for some time over the last couple of months on the Sunday Race Club, because she really has been coming into some phenomenal form, and we've been seeing her start to position herself into the top 5 in those races. Camilla Ahlberg today is just cementing the strength of her riding to me, and it's been phenomenal to witness her getting stronger and stronger and really coming into her performances that she's been putting down. And this performance today, absolutely world class from Camilla Ahlberg. She's riding herself up into third place today. She started in 5th on GC, 5 minutes 25 back, but she was only 14 seconds back on third, and that was Kristen Kulczynski. Maria Holdcroft sat in 4th. Ahlberg today really doing the business.
Great riding and fantastic, as you say, to see that improvement. Now in with Dana Davidson at the moment, out of the saddle, kicking down on those pedals on the bike there as she rides her way up this climb. Davidson there, really interesting to see that camera shot and that move about of the camera. Quite like that. Gives us just a different view of the pain cave setup there, and in some ways it's so simple, isn't it? Put your bike on the turbo, connect it to the computer, connect it to your phone, to your laptop, whatever you want. Stick a fan in front of you if you're feeling really like going to town, and get on a ride.
Well, really interesting to see Davison, Bergin, Walkenhurst, Reese, Russell, Shanks, Yaramillo. Those are the category 2 riders that we've got listed on the screen at the moment. All of them now coming into the last 1,700 metres of climb. But the rider at the top of the tree in the category 2 race, the individual time trial specialist, Hayley Simmons. That's the UCI banner. It's the MyWhoosh Championship banner. This is stage 6.
So Hayley Simmons comes up to the line. She's going to take away victory here today by a huge margin. Hayley Simmons, a phenomenal rider, racer, time trialer, and she takes away a victory. What will the gap back be? It's going to be a big one. It's going to be well over a minute, but it will now be telling what is it going to be. Simmons started the day in 14th place. She will be moving up those standings. Mina Koistonen came here with 1 goal to go into that last day with that gap open back out. She has opened the gap to Goslander, who started the day in 2nd place. But at the moment, stuck like glue to her back wheel, Amanda Paulson does not want to let any distance open up between herself and Koistonen. Paulson making the move. She's going to move her way up, I think, by some margin into 2nd place. And it is, as Emma said, going to be all change further back. Look at the face of Mina Koistonen as she comes into the line. She's sprinting away, and Paulson comes up on the side of her. Paulson goes over the top. Amanda Paulson goes over the line just in front of Koistonen. They're going to get pretty much the same time there. What a ride. Well, Hayley Simmons' time, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 36 seconds. It is going to be Paulson in 2nd place, 1 minute, 1.173 of a second behind. Koistonen coming in through 1 minute, 1.528 of a second, so only 0.35 of a second separating
Poulsen and Koistinen on the line. Poulsen second, Koistinen third.
Well, McCarthy in category 1, now coming into the final 700 metres of the climb. And look at the effort etched on Kate McCarthy's face. She's got to get all the way to the top of the climb, and she's got the encouragement in the studio with her that Kate McCarthy is pushing and pushing strong. She's been climbing strong. She's been racing strong. She's leading GC in category 1, resplendent in yellow. And Gabby Guerra was 2 minutes 43 back on GC this morning. She's going to be a little further back today. She's currently in second place on the road. Camilla Ulberg in third, Maria Holdcroft in fourth. Well, that was what it was the last time we were in with those riders. But at the moment, Kate McCarthy is driving for that finish line.
You can see that phrase in action, can't you? It doesn't get easier. You just go quicker.
Yeah, and it doesn't get any easier. The pain, the work, the effort, it is all there. Kate McCarthy driving towards the line. The gap now to Guerra, 1 minute. 2 minutes 22 to Ulberg. 3 minutes 11 to Holdcroft. Though there's a battle now coming, I think, with Catherine Fuhr coming up onto Maria Holdcroft. There's about 20 seconds there in that gap. And then Tomasi and Van Hove. In fact, Holdcroft, Fuhr and Tomasi, 40 seconds separating them at the moment. They've got around 1,500 metres still to go. Kate McCarthy, though, what can you say? The world champion has been dominant throughout the MyWhoosh Championships. This is stage 6 of 7 stages. It is a sprinter's paradise tomorrow. Kate McCarthy will need and to do what she needs to do to stay in yellow. But, well, I think it is an absolute given, but we will see what happens. But the yellow jersey of Kate McCarthy climbing towards the finish to win the individual time trial today.
Fastest rider on the road. She set off at speed, and I'll tell you something, this is why she's world champion, because she's got everything. She can sprint, she can time trial, she can climb. It's race victory here today, surely confirmed as she goes in. Stage win once again. It is Kate McCarthy. The overall general classification will go out even further, and that really does mean that it's going to be Kate McCarthy's MyWhoosh Championship for 2025. Nobody now realistically can touch it. Gabby Guerra has fought all the way in, but with this, the last big chance to gain time on the world champion. Guerra has shown that she is super strong, that she is committed, that she will give everything that she can to battle her way with that world champion. Guerra on the climb, on the ascent here. Second at the World Championships, second in GC. It's a second place here on stage 6 of the MyWhoosh Championship for Gabby Guerra. Great riding to come in and over the line. The time gap between
53
McCarthy.
seconds.
53, wow.
53 seconds back to Guerra in 2. And this rider, Camilla Ulberg, has been doing a phenomenal job today out here in this individual time trial on stage 6. So let's just remind ourselves, Ulberg started today 5th on GC, 14 seconds back on 3rd place, which was Kristen Kolczynski. Maria Holdcroft was between her and Kolczynski in 4th place, and Ulberg has at the moment got 50 seconds on Holdcroft and over 2 minutes on Kolczynski. Camilla Ulberg doing a phenomenal job here today and moving herself up, I think, into what will be 3rd place at the end of this time trial today. Battles still going on lower down for those positions, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on GC. And Elise Gallegos on a good ride. In fact, Elise Gallegos has been on a good week.
She's been riding stronger and stronger, really impressed by her racing and riding all the way
she
through the week.
She sent me a message earlier on,
yep.
And it said, I said, been going really well, Elise, and she went, yeah, it's a bit like an extended Ironman.
Well, yeah, all power to anybody who can ride and race in Ironman. Camilla Ulberg has shown that she is made of tougher stuff than even iron as she comes in through, as she takes away 3rd place here today. Camilla Ulberg, 3rd in the
penultimate stage of the MyWhoosh Championships, the women's race, raced over this 33.7 kilometre course, 604 metres of ascent at the end of the race. McCarthy from Guerra from Aalborg, your 1, 2, 3. Holcroft, Tomasi and Fua on your screens. Holcroft currently sitting in 4th place, Fua in 5th, and Tomasi in 6th place in terms of the stage result here. Holcroft out of the saddle, led over that bike. She works that bike 6 watts per kilo coming into the finish of the race. And here today, she's going to take away 4th place in stage number 6 behind Catherine Fua out of the saddle, really working for every single second that she can get here. She's ahead of Tomasi by 5 seconds. Tomasi trying to answer in the closing stages with 200 meters left to go for Tomasi to try and close down on Fua. She's on a charge here at 5.7 watts per kilo. Fua is charging for the line. Fua wants to make sure she goes in with as much time over Tomasi as she can, with one more stage to go. Amazing athletes, amazing competitors, brilliant riders. It's going to be Catherine Fua who comes through. She's going to round out our top 5 here today, and it will be a 6th place for Tomasi, who goes in over the line.
Well, Tomasi goes over the line, and Amelia Van Hove, the rider in the Masters competition in Category 1, is doing a sterling job behind. She's going to come through for what is going to be 7th place, and it looks like Alice Lethbridge having a battle for 8th. Well, whilst our riders continue to come over the line, let's remember these results are live and there are riders still out on that time trial course. But Kate McCarthy setting the fastest time in the individual time trial today, 57 minutes, 36 seconds, 53 seconds clear of Gabby Guerra. Camilla Olberg comes through for 3rd place, 2 minutes 21 back. Maria Holdcroft in 4th at 3 minutes 14. At 3:52 it was Catherine Fua. At 3:55 it was Francesca Tomasi, and Amelia Van Hove coming over the line for 7th. Alice Lethbridge coming over for 8th, just ahead of Elise Gallegos in 9th.
Brilliant racing across all of our race categories, and some big changes in general classification. 1 or 2 of our leaders have managed to come through. Mina Koistonen, for example, Suzanne Steadman to come in and through. Hold on to their race leads, people like Albin and McCarthy, but we've got other riders who are already deposed from the top, and we also have riders inside the top 10 who have really been dropped down, other riders moving up. All the results are going to be on the MyWhoosh pages, mywhoosh.com/results. Make sure you get on there and have a look, because this has shaken it up. It's only 33.7 kilometers of a big stage race, of the biggest event that I can think of, that I think, and certainly the best event that I've ever had the pleasure of being at or watching in terms of cycling esports. And those 33 kilometers have taken the riders apart. They've really made them find what they're made of and put themselves back together again and try and deliver today.
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because we thought the longest stage in Japan would be the decisive one on the MyWhoosh Championships when you looked at the road book at the start. But actually, it's the shortest stage that is being decisive, and that's how it's playing out. The individual time trial, a moment of truth, a ride against the clock, just so inspirational, just so influential. I mean, honestly, absolutely brilliant riding and racing out there from the women today. And when it all settles down and we take a look at GC at the end of today, it's going to be an exciting setup for stage 7.
I almost want it to be almost the middle of the night here in Europe, so I can just go on and get the confirmed results and then go do my notes really early and do my final note prep, because I can't wait to see the results that have come through for today. I've been watching those races unfold. We've seen those battles unfold in the women's race. It's set that GC there. Most of those positions are going to be pretty fixed unless we get a breakaway. And I think looking forward to stage 7, our final stage. I mean, it's you know, we saw the World Championship stage be named Sprinters Paradise before. Well, if there's ever a Sprinters Paradise, surely, actually, It's tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's long. Let's not forget, it's 55.6 kilometres for the women, and there's not a lot of climbing, just 195 metres. But team tactics, you know, put a team down the road, put a group down the road, establish a gap, ride a team time trial all the way to the finish. It is not impossible to change things around on the final stage. It does not have to be a run to the finish line with glasses of champagne amongst the peloton. It can be a serious heads down, let's go moment. Well, if it is, I, for one, am going to be as giddy as a kipper because I haven't said it enough. I love a stage race, and this one's going down to the wire.
It certainly is. We do see changes in the overall general classification. Sometimes there are surprises out there. Whatever happens, if you've made it to the end of stage 6, then congratulations. If you're out there riding live at the moment, then keep on going. Get yourself there. Then it's one more stage to go. No big hills tomorrow. We've got sprints aplenty, and then that final finishing line. Your homework for tonight, as well as recovery, is to get in touch with @Viking_Emma and let her know what you've got prepared for the end of the championship. How are you going to celebrate? Is that going to be waffles and ice cream? Is that going to be an ice bath? What is your celebration? Are you going to buy yourself a new bike? Are you going to go head down and get yourself some goodies? What are you going to sleep for a week? What have you got lined up for completing the championship? It's @Viking_Emma and @Matt Fixerpain to get in touch with us. Really, we're setting this one up early. We're setting that homework for you so that you are prepared. Think about it. What are you going to have ready?
Well, and also don't forget, if you've been watching the MyWhoosh Championships and you're inspired by these women as I have been today, then get on board MyWhoosh, head over to the events page, check out the racing, check out the Sunday Race Club, come and join us. I mean, honestly, this is here for you. Please do come and join us because, well, if I wasn't here in the commentary box, I know where I would be, and that would be on a start line somewhere.
I've heard that a lot of times this week. I've heard that a lot of times before the racing and after, and I'm sure I will tomorrow. The women's race for today, the leaders in done and dusted. We're looking forward to tomorrow already. As Emma says, jump on board by downloaded iOS on Shall I rewind that one?
Yeah, please do.
So make sure you jump on board. Download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. Do make sure that you get out and ride whatever sort of riding that is. There's no subscription fees on MyWhoosh. You don't have to pay that fee. You can save it for the good stuff. Make sure that you get on board, whether that's riding, racing, training, whatever that is. We'd love to see you there, and definitely we'd love to see you on the Sunday Race Club. Emma and I putting words to the action, courtesy of the amazing team behind the scenes who bring you all of the pictures and the team that make the racing happen at MyWhoosh. A big thank you from me and Emma to them and to you for watching. It's time to take a break. We will be back in about 45 minutes time or so for the men's race. I'm really looking forward to that. We're going to see lots more action, lots of changes yesterday, lots more changes to come today, I'm sure. But from Emma, myself, and all of the team, we'll see you very shortly.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It is stage 6. It's our time trial stage. It's the race of truth. What a race we've had in the women's time trial already today. We are desperately going to try and avoid giving you any spoilers, but I'm going to suggest right now that if you are not watching live at the moment, watch the women's time trial first, then watch the men's, just in case we let it slip, because I have to say it was brilliant, and a race that really did unfold, and it's been really important for the general classification overall. So if you've been following the story that Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, have been hopefully helping to bring to you over the course of the MyWhoosh Championship so far, it's a really important chapter. It's like skipping the crucial bit of a book out. Don't do it. Go back, watch it, and then come back and watch the rest of this. If you are watching live, welcome back. I hope you've been watching the first section. And don't forget, of course, all of the racing on MyWhoosh that is sent out by MyWhoosh is available to watch. You can go back and watch 2023 championships. You can watch the World Championships all being streamed. And make sure you subscribe to the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. Click on there. And it is on YouTube that we try and answer all the comments and try and keep up with what everybody is saying. I think a bit of a rest day light on the live chat today. Relatively quiet because there's just, I think, so much action going on in that time trial, Emma.
Well, a small stage in terms of the number of kilometres relating to every single stage on the MyWhoosh Championships, just 33.7 kilometres. But as you've said already in the women's race, you could pick up those top 10s, throw them in the air and scatter them around the floor the way it impacted the overall GC in some of those categories. Will it do the same again in the men? Well, Vink, Osborne and Wu in category 1, 1 minute 16 separating them going in. This could be a battle royale between Vink and Osborne for the win. Let's just remember there's also a battle going on in the young rider competition, just 34 seconds separating Pucker and Skierski. Top 5 in category 2, 48 seconds, 24 seconds the top 3 in category 4, 50 seconds the top 3 in category 5, and 33 seconds separates the top 3 in category 6. Today is instrumental.
It is. Yesterday was a mountain stage. We had our mountain top finish here in the men's competition. Let's focus in on that men's race a little bit more. New leaders after the stage in category 6, 5, 3 and 2. Congratulations to Michael Rademacher in category 6, Jussi Palaka in category 5, Christian Montoya in category 3, and of course to Arvin Godadze in category 2. They took the overall lead. However, 2 riders held on to their lead. Both riders increased their overall lead. Esprahi Ibrahim, category 2. Defended it in style. He opened up the time gap at the end, showing he's not just a sprinter, he can climb really well as well. That gap now up to 18 seconds. And that's not a lot given how much racing that we've had so far, but that's a huge amount. That is weeks and months in comparison relative to the lead held by Michael Vink. He did extend it. He extended it by 0.14 of a second. To 1.183 of a second over Jason Osborne. It is nothing to choose between these riders at the moment in category 1. It is so close. And I think for me, it's going to be really interesting, Emma, to see how that plays out today, because that could all be changed.
Well, and let's not forget, Vink rode the Sunday Race Club yesterday. Osborne didn't. Does Osborne have the fresher legs? Does Vink go well off a hard day? You know, it is going to be a really, really close battle. 48 seconds. I think the climb, Osborne's going to love the climb. What can Vink do till he get there? Can he put a big enough gap into Osborne? No draft today. It's just rider against the clock.
And pacing important, and we've seen that very much so in the women's race already. It's exactly the same course, 33.7k, 604 meters of ascent, but the climb is absolutely crucial, because it is where some of the riders have made or lost masses of time. Again, no spoilers on that. You'll have to watch that back into the women's race to see that. I think it's time for us to go dive into some more detail here on stage 6 here on the MyWhoosh Championship. Let's take a look at what's in store for our riders here on the penultimate stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. So stage 6, you can see our fantastic strapline at the bottom. Time is the enemy. Well, it may well be the enemy of anybody who doesn't get the pacing correct. We are going to Australia. We're going onto a course that most of our riders know, if in a slightly different format.
Yes. So 33.7 kilometres, 604 metres of climbing today in Australia on the outer loop course. You can see them wind their way around the Australian world on MyWhoosh in front of you. And the profile of the course, well, looks a little bit like this. So the first 28.3 kilometres, just 208 metres of climbing. Rolling, I think, is probably the proper terminology for that part of the course. And then, well, the last 5.4 kilometre climb, 7.6% the average gradient, and it kicks to 13% in places. It's really, really steep. Tricky time trial to pace this, and tricky time trial because the flat part of the course, the first 28 kilometres, will potentially suit different riders to the last 5.5 kilometres. And that is where you've really got to get the balance right. And it's going to be interesting to see today who does.
Yes, and in a traditional time trial, Emma, we see people going out to get negative, positive splits. Depending on the type of riding, you see riders looking who are maybe not a pure time trialist to go use their strengths on the climb, that dip that comes in the first third of the course, and then onto that climb at the end. But one of the things all of the riders have to watch out for is their race start, isn't it? It's the start out from those pens, not to go too hard.
Well,
pick
there's
up
a balance.
The pace.
There's a balance between getting your bike up and rolling, and most of the riders here want their bikes rolling over 40 kilometres an hour very, very quickly, and then settling into the effort. What you don't want to do is take a long time to get to the pace you want to reach, because obviously then you're just wasting seconds.
Yes. Yeah, and seconds can count. I mean, we've seen, you know, that gap at the top of category 1. It is so small, and positions further down throughout all of the race fields really going to be telling. One of the things that I saw being used to quite interesting effect is a step part way up the climb. So at the end of the race route today, we have a climb which is fairly consistent in gradient. However, it is slightly steeper on the first section. Then there's a little bit of a step, and we saw riders closing down, using that to make a big junction to really pull back and to get onto a wheel, even though there is no draft. So we'll see if that is a tactic that's employed in our men's race here. The first set of riders away are going to be our category 6 riders. So Michael Radamaki, the rider who is leading out the overall, he took the win yesterday. You can see that gap back to Riley Milostic. Milostic doing a great job of defending his second place. The youngster, 21 seconds down in second place, with Leonard Gregg at Cadabona, dropping from first to third. Radamaki going over fourth to first. Junior Silva taking the sprint win, which I think was a great result, because he did try and go into that climb ahead. He then got closed down, but we saw him giving it absolutely everything. I mean, the pain was written all over his face at the end of the stage going up Mount Fuji. But Cadabona in the KOM competition, taking the most points on the day in stage 5.
Yes, and this race well on stage 5, really. The top 3 riders on the stage are the top 3 riders on GC, and just 33 seconds separating them on GC. It is all to play for today. And I think the young rider, Riley Milostic, currently just 2 seconds back on GC, will potentially be at a disadvantage on the early stages of this time trial, but may come into his own a little bit more on the climbing.
Well, let's take a deep look into the team competition. The BMC 6 is up against the Level Carbon squad. They've been bouncing places backwards and forwards all the way through the duration of the racing. BMC 6 currently holding third place with the ZTBR e-cycling squad in third place. In fourth place, holding behind that third place of BMC. The Petite Cannibals moving up over Spinergy, who drop it down. Cycling District 6 doing a move up one place. So did Wheelies Racing. BMC 6 is dropping down from 7th to 9th. Team 71 at the moment. Well, they've got 40 hours of racing underneath the belt. It's time to add a few more minutes to the time of each of our individuals. A few more hours to those team times. The MC6 is the fastest team. Their team time, 29 hours, 38 minutes, 40.551 seconds. And been 8 minutes back, it sounds a lot, but it's not necessarily going to be the case as our riders go out in Category 6, out from the pen.
Well, and for our viewers, just to confirm, all the riders coming out at the same time on those time trial bikes, the draft has been switched off. So completely an individual effort today. No draft, no ability to get behind a rider and stay there. Now the pace fast out of the pen, and Cadabona, the only rider from the top 3 at the front of the race at the moment.
But early days, first 500 metres covered. Cadabona, you can see they're dropping down from first to third place on the standings on the left-hand side. Riley Milostic sort of has been at the centre of that Rademacher, Cadabona, Maxime Fabre sort of switcheroo city movement. Behind, Brian Elliott Jose holding on to that 5th place. Great for him to be able to hold that. It shows just how consistent he is. Lots of riders moving up. Padsel, Montoya and Milano all moving up. Montoya and Milano moving straight into the top 10. And Xavier Maillard, again, straight in that top 10 in 10th place at the moment. In terms of time gaps, well, the front 3 riders, 33 seconds separates them. Then it's 5 minutes back to the rider in 4th place at Fabre. And then we have a raft of riders at 8 to 9 minutes or so. And that is Jose at 8:40, 8:44 for Padsel, 9:01 for Montoya, and Milano at 9:44. All of those positions can change. It's not that far back. In fact, it's only just over a minute back to Diaz at 10 minutes down on the race leader.
Yeah, it's really close actually in Category 6 throughout all of the competitions. In fact, take a look at the sprint competition. Junior Silva, 27 points to Sebastian Escobar's 26, and Julius Sponzel on 26 as well. This is going to be a right battle. I can also tell you that Sebastian Escobar is also on 26 points and Mikkel Krozel on 22. I think there's 5 riders clearly in that sprint competition tomorrow. Well, that is tomorrow where we've got 9 sprints. But for now, the mountains competition, Cadabona in the polka dot skin suit, 74 points. That competition is complete. All Cadabona needs to ensure he stays in polka dot to the end of the MyWhoosh Championships is to finish the race today and tomorrow.
Well, congratulations to Leonard Greg Cadabona, winner of the mountain competition, the king of the mountains for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025.
Well, at the 1.8 kilometre marker, the riders strung out already all the way behind and down the road. Take a look at that top right-hand corner shot. We're in with Rademacher at the moment, resplendent in a yellow jersey. That is one way to motivate you to hold it and keep it till the finish of the MyWhoosh Championships. Great to see him on our screens at the moment. Currently sitting in around 12th on the road. Steady pace, though. Take a look at that. Very comfortably sat zone 3, zone 4 at the moment. That, for me, is managing the effort well at the start of this individual time trial.
And that is one of the reasons that we are very, very careful about what we say at the start, really, isn't it, Emma? Because you can't make decisive moves at this start. You can lose the race by going too hard, but you're not going to break clear and win it here, although you can get some sliding room going into the big climb. At the moment, our rudders up and away. We do have some rises on the way. Catabona on the front of the leaders, as it were, with Arrego and Escobar behind. Now, Escobar doing some good rises, pushed himself up into the top 10 previously. Yesterday, he didn't have such a good ride. He dropped down to 11th place. He could move up, but we are in with Leonard Catabona. Congratulations, sir, on that polka dot skin suit, on taking the win in the championships. Well done indeed. A brilliant ride.
Yeah.
And definitely a worthy winner in that climb competition.
In that mountains competition, yeah. And just to caveat what you just said there, it wasn't yesterday. Yesterday was the rest day. It was the day before. Mustn't forget the rest day. And thank you to everyone for the fabulous pictures of what you were doing on your rest day. My social media was flooded with pictures of pizzas and beers and ice baths and cakes and buns and rest and recovery. And that was just me.
Yeah, mine wasn't. Good to see Mikkel Kozel here in the top 10 at the moment. He's ahead of the leader on GC. Kozel riding strongly. We've had some great shots in fact, into Kozel's Penkiev. He always looks up for this. He's always just enjoying the racing. The Wheelies racing rider, currently in 15th position. If he has a good ride today, the rider in his sights is Junior Silva, who, not yesterday, the day before, you see, I've missed a whole 24 hours out.
You have.
The day before, when we were here for stage 5, had a hard time. So it's going to be about recovery for me. Now, just in with Aaron Torres, back into with category 6 at the moment, right up at the front of racing here.
Yeah.
You can see the leaders are only just down the road as they make their way in and around this turn. And the psychological advantage of having somebody with you is every now and then it will get you to just dig where you don't think you could, but it is fine. The downside is if you've got riders around you, sometimes you will just dig that little bit deeper to stay with them, and it takes you over the limit. You've got to be so mentally controlled here.
Yeah, you do, because there is no draft. And Jeff Rooney going for the casual option today.
We are not worthy, Jeff.
It is just a little 33-kilometre spin on his bike. No draft. He's like he's going to the shops today. But nice to see Jeff taking the casual approach.
I wonder whether he's got baggies or surf shorts on as well.
That would be so funny. I hope he hasn't.
Yeah, no, don't do it. It's not worth it. Jeff Rooney here. And I think this is a stage that actually suits Jeff.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Because for me, Jeff is a rider who we know he can climb. You know, he's legendary for it because of his Everesting and all of his great racing. But he's also a rider that can put the power down and really make that pace. Another rider who can do that, Maxime Fabre, you can see him on our screens at the moment. And he showed he climbed well previously. He didn't have maybe such a good day at the office yesterday, but I'm sure he's going to pick himself back up again. He's still inside the top 5.
He is. He's sat in 4th place. In fact, he dropped out of the top 3 yesterday and sat in 4th place 5 minutes back. Going to be an interesting ride for him, and it's interesting to see what kind of gaps he can get on GC by the end. Junior Silva on our screen at the moment. He's wearing that green skin suit. Currently sat just beside Osmar Vass.
So Junior Silva just on his way in the section across to the main bridge to head across. The leaders are already on there. Arrego, Escobar and Catabona on the move.
Yeah, so if you are wondering who is out the start pen next, you need to wonder no longer, because take a look at that. Down in the start pen, the Category 5 riders are lining up, and we're dropping in with Andrew Neville Ross.
So we are down on the start line. Let's summarise Category 5 for you as we head out, because Jussi Palaka, new leader in the yellow skin suit. Amazing climbing by him.
Yeah.
He rocketed his way up from 5th place overall to take the lead. He's got a 36.477 lead overall, courtesy of that climb. Brambati in 2nd place, also doing a great ride. put himself inside the top 10 in 7th place. And Nicholas Hagland, what a climb by him.
Yeah, it was indeed. And he climbed up 4 places to sit in 2nd overall. In fact, some real big movement on stage 5 in category 5. The time gap still, though, really quite small. So Polaka to Hagland, 36 seconds. Polaka to Reinheimer in 3rd, 50 seconds. It's really close. And while it's not just close at the top, it's close all the way down through the top 10 on GC. We could really see a shake-up in category 5 today.
So let's take a little bit of a look at the team competition. Now, in the team competition, Cycling District 5.1 with a time of 27 hours, 28 minutes, 42 seconds ahead of Level Up. They're in 2nd place by a monumental 44 seconds. A whole huge 44 seconds. We will see whether that is going to be enough here today. Meanwhile, ZTBR, E-Cycling 5 Level Avengers, BMC Get Racing Level Warriors, Level Raiders, Cycling District 5 and Team Alpha all putting in the hard kilometres to get themselves into position. But can they change those team positions today? Even if you thought you were going to have a nice, easy ride, do you know what? You're not, because you've still got a team position to defend as well. Time for the time trials to get into gear, to get into that aero position and to get out. Remember, all these riders are equipped with a time trial bike in all of our race categories as category 5 leave the race start. They're very quickly up to pace here.
Yes.
It's a bit like the draft was on, but it's not.
No, the draft is absolutely not on. But the key here, get up to pace and then hold the pace, hold the power, hold at the level that you want to ride. Now, a lot of these riders will have done a lot of individual time trials before, and they will know the level they want to ride at. Ideally, you want to sort of sit in zone 4. Because that's the level to which you should be able to hold for an hour. Now, most of these riders in this men's race, the 33.7 kilometre race, well, at least category 1, category 2, and I think category 3 as well will go sub the hour. So there's a fine balance between zone 4 and zone 5 and zone 6, and they're going to need to work out that balance for themselves. Well, the overall standings, we have talked a little bit about this already, and Polaka moving himself up into that top spot, Hagland into Reinheimer dropping down to 3rd. A lot of movement in the top 10.
Loads and loads of movement in that top 10. It was, for me, really interesting that Justin Roy Steinholm didn't move position as much as everybody else moving on their way in through the big time gaps. They're just not there, are they? I mean, it's 4 minutes, 7 seconds from top to bottom of those riders on our screen, Emma, isn't it? I mean, it's a next to nothing gap given the amount we go. But it's as much, there's no major time gaps. I mean, there's a 30-second or so gap sitting between Lenador in 4th and Mukhtari in 5th. So still lots of changes, I'm sure, to come.
Yeah, the sprint competition, Joel Warren dominant in category 5 in the early part of this race. 53 points already to Nicholas Hagland and Felipe Reinheimer's 32. Now, that 19-point gap may well be enough, but it may not. There are 45 points on offer tomorrow in that, well, that's the maximum number of points you can score in that sprint competition tomorrow, and that is going to be a battle that I imagine the Level Avengers will be supporting Warren in. Well, the climbing competition now complete, and Fabian Tapia, the young rider in the under-23 competition, taking that away. Brilliant to see, 57 points to Polaka and Reinheimer, both on 26.
So congratulations to Fabian Tapia, the king of the mountains in category 5 from the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. I mean, what a ride by him. And for a young rider, that's brilliant, isn't it? You come into a stage race, you don't know what you're necessarily going to do. Guess what? You come out and boom, you take away a jersey.
Yeah, really nice.
I do hope if he's racing for a team sponsor that they are going to mock him up an in-person jersey of that polka dot to put on the wall. It should definitely be done. Or a picture of him racing in it here. Now, one rider who we saw celebrate yesterday, Jussi Palaka, taking that yellow skin suit as the leader on the road overall. He comes in today with a lead. I mean, he was down. If you think about where he was going into the stage, he was only 4.5 seconds down on the race lead. And it had been, in this category, a very, very close competition to that stage. Palaka took those 5 seconds and went, you've got 5 seconds on me. Well, I'll have them back, and then let's put another 36.5 seconds into everybody else. Brilliant riding. And it set himself up here because given there's a climb at the end of this, I can't see him being dislodged from the top.
Well, Reinheimer, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Reinheimer, Neville Ross, Lenador, Mountier, Wang, Pence, Warren, all coming to the front of this race quite early and settling into their rhythms.
So today's stage of 33.7 kilometres with 604 metres of climbing, 396 of which come on the final climb are in front of these riders. They've already covered 2.9k. I'll let you do the maths because mine's notoriously poor, particularly as we move into the afternoon and the coffee starts wearing off. James Mountier, the rider that we are in with here, and another of our riders who I think will be looking today to see what he can do in that overall competition. Still sitting nicely inside the top 10 in 8th position, but I think a rider more suited to today's and tomorrow's stages rather than the stage 5 up Mount Fuji.
Well, this is a really nice line of riders here at the 3.2 kilometre marker, pushing on strongly. And there's a massive line of riders lined out behind. It is one long line of light blue if you took a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. But Reinheimer and Neville Ross both doing a great job.
And Philip Reinheimer, let's not forget, is the yellow jersey from the preceding day, from stage 4 going into stage 5. And I think he wants that back. I think he's not content to leave it where it is with Palaka. He wants to he's gone out early and he's gone out hard. He's got company up at the front as we see Michael on our screens at the moment continue to push. I've loved the fact that these two have been riding the entire stage race together.
Oh, I know. It's absolutely brilliant. And it is so good to see, not just the riders on our screens, but into the riders' pain caves and worlds of where they are riding, who they are riding with, the support crews around them. And it is just one of those fabulous shots.
It's a great insight, a great window in. A thank you to everybody so far who has put yourself into that Zoom room, who's got those shots. Andrew Neville Ross has been one of them. We've seen him time and time again as we've looked in and seen him really performing, really on the ball coming out of the pen today. And this is a quick appeal for all of our riders. If you've been racing in the women's race earlier on, if you're racing in the men's race now, we would really, really love you to get those done tomorrow. Really important day for it because we're coming to the end and we want to give you the credit that you deserve for getting to stage 7 and making it through stage 7. So please, please, please get yourself into the Zoom room, get your name on there with the correct race name. Make sure it's in the landscape and get yourself on board. We really want to get a look in and see how you're doing at the end of 7 amazing stages of racing. This is the penultimate stage. This is our individual time trial, the ITT, taking our riders out from the coast onto our climb at the moment, category 5, the riders that you can see. And this is relatively close together to say it's a long stream of riders. Daniel Dotto at the moment, just behind Clinton Cirillo. He's got Carvajal in front, Kendall and Garces behind. And Daniel Dotto's pain cave has been kept scrupulously clean for the entire race.
Clean space, clean mind.
I'm not sure what this studio says about us then.
Well, we won't go there. But if you want to ride in a peaceful space, if you want to ride in a clean space, not cluttered, then that is the place to do it. And Daniel Dotto doing the business there. Luke Kendall now just behind. The gaps here in category 5. We're 8 minutes into the race. They are really just starting to form. Well, on the left-hand side of your screen, Julio Orego is the rider leading the Category 6 race. He's at the 11-kilometre marker with a 5-second gap now back on Escobar. And down in the start pen, well, it's Category 4 awaiting the start.
So Category 4 yesterday, a fantastic Stage 5, a real battle, and it was super, super close as Esbahi Ibrahim made his way in and up in second place behind the stage. Not yesterday, the day before, behind Frank Flores. Frank's time 2 hours 15 minutes and 3 seconds. So Ibrahim holding that race lead. A fantastic job done by him. Santiago Ramirez living up to the billing of being a great climber by making his way up to the top of the climb, and Ibrahim holding on to the yellow jersey that he took on stage 2. In terms of the sprint winner, it was Henrik van der Sant who took the most points on the day in the sprint competition. Frank Flores, though, on his way to taking away the stage win, took all of the points in the King of the Mountains competition. When it comes to the competition in the team competition, well, some interesting racing there with Cycling District versus Peak Power Racing.
Yeah.
They're still within 50 seconds of each other. We've got the Anunnaki, BMC Racing and On the Rivet Racing together. They are relatively close, 12 minutes, 18 and 28 minutes behind the race leader. A real battle developing between Level Champions and Cycling District 4.1. They're separated by 3 minutes at this stage. Lauren Ipsum, Anzacs and Dux holding their positions at the moment, but still plenty of positions that can change here in Category 4. Can Esbahi Ibrahim increase his lead again today? It went up to 18.868 seconds, but on this race route, on the ITT, it's not necessarily going to be enough to hold on to the lead if you have a bad climb of that final ascent here as we go out from the start. Johan Moreno, he goes out his. Do you know what? Some people are just fast starters.
He just likes getting out the start pen.
I have somebody I've trained with and raced with and ridden with on multiple occasions, a rider called Ian, who's I've ridden with for a lot of time. He always starts like that. He always goes out from the gun like that, whether it's a race or you're just going out for a stroll for coffee. I don't know what it is. Just kick, gone, boom. And then you're left first kilometre going, oh, mate, really?
Well, at the moment, Moreno settling into the pack. Machado there, Hernandez there, Perdicini there. And take a look at the overall standings. Ibrahim holding on to that top spot, but Santiago Ramirez moving up into second. Well, the Category 4 overall standings, it's just 18 seconds between Ramirez and Ibrahim. Between Ibrahim and Gomez in third, 24 seconds. Yes, 24 seconds after 5 days of racing separate the top 3 riders.
I'm really pleased to see Jakub Wojciech making his way up from 10th into 5th place. That really made me a happy man yesterday because of the amount of work that he puts into making the MyWhooshinfo.com website. But also, of course, Mohamed El Alami immediately behind him. His ascension, literally outside the top 10, boom, straight into 6th place. A fantastic ride. Perdicini, though, not in the top 10. Boom, straight in 4th place.
Yeah, he moved up 7 places yesterday. I've just written Saturday on the board in the studio. In the studio, he moved up 7 places on Saturday. And Perdicini, well, I tell you, the battle is not over yet because 98 seconds, yes, 1 minute 38 seconds separates the top 6 riders in Category 4. And today, well, it is going to be the race of truth because we are going to work out who settles where at the end. Now, in the sprint competition, Spratt has 59 points over Fernando's 23 and Moreno's 17. He's 36 points clear. 45 points are the maximum available tomorrow. Nicholas Spratt is not going to have to do a huge job to defend that, I don't think. And it's going to be really interesting to see whether he can hold on to that green jersey. Well, Mohammed El Alami, 69 points in the mountains competition. That polka dot skin suit is his to hold and hold till the end of the MyWhoosh Championships.
Yeah, a great result for him. Congratulations to Mohammed El Alami, your King of the Mountains in Category 4 on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. We are in with our leader, Ibrahim. My goodness, we have had some great days with this man on a bike over the last week or so. I really, really want to see what he can do today. No pressure, buddy, but today is going to be a key day. This is a day you need to defend. You need to ride a time trial of your life, sir. I'm sure you've got it in you. You've proven an all-rounder, but now is the time. I think more pressure today than there will be tomorrow on Ibrahim. At the moment, you've got Joao Machado in the front as we drop in with the legend that is Luke Allport indoors.
He's got his shades on.
He's got the cap on backwards. He's got the sunnies on. That's just so we can't see the pain in his eyes.
He's a lad out riding his bike.
Excellent. Well done, mate. That is top marks.
Can I just say, he started with intention as well, because Allport currently in this leading group of 3 in the Category 4 race. Allport could go well here today. You know, this first 28.3 kilometres of this could be very well suited to the power that can come out of Allport on a bike.
It certainly could, and we know Luke Allport can do an Allport. It's not a day, though, where your ability to go solo for the first kilometre is going to be key. It's a day when you need to be able to put that power down throughout the entirety of the race route, all the way to the summit. Although, and this is a big order, if you are a great rider on the flat sections, if you've got big watts, big power, you need to race to your strength, and that is get as much time in before the base of the climb as you can.
Yep.
That's your tactic today. Go right on the limit to the base of the climb and then see what happens, because that's all you can do. Interesting to see Cy Bradley at the moment behind Nicholas Spratt, the leader of the sprints at the moment overall. Sanchez in that group in front with Moreno just dropping back after that early start as they come around the turn. And I wonder with Cy's in his pain cave with the aero bars on, really embracing the time trial day is today, maybe with some long level socks up over.
Well, there you go.
To half
you can see exactly where he is in his pain cave.
I'm disappointed. Where's the aero bars?
No, come on. Cy Bradley, 32nd overall on GC.
Good
at the moment. There we go.
Thank you very much, Cy.
He's down into that time trial position. He's dialing it at the moment. He's absolutely on form and on fire, and about to put in a good performance today.
And Cy, don't let's forget, he's been a cycling esports world record holder. He's the sort of rider who he knows how to dig deep. He knows how to get beyond, go into the pain. And of course, a coach on MyWhoosh as well. So he can convey and motivate and inspire people. We'll see if he can continue to do so. I notice his socks are the full regulation halfway between your ankle and your
He's not going to get a UCI fine today.
No UCI fine for Cy today. No.
The riders here in Category 4. And Bradley there pushing on. He's 3 seconds back. There's a big group forming ahead, actually. And it's really interesting to watch on the top right-hand corner of your screen. This group is the group that look as though they're going away at the front now, settling into this rhythm, settling into this pace. At the 4.5 kilometre marker, they're coming up to 7 minutes of racing. And Allport right at the front, and a number of strong riders in here.
There are indeed there's a huge amount of strong riders in Category 4. As there is in all the categories dynamic, and they are the categories that were determined at the start of the stages, at the very start of the racing. And we've seen some great racing across all 6 race categories. Category for the third of our riders' waves to leave the start. Pens category 6, 5, and 4 away. All of our groups here separated by 10 minutes. I am going to put a quick shout out. If you are watching this and you have been inspired to ride or race, please do hit those likes on YouTube. Do hit the subscribe button on there, and most importantly, come and join us. Join Johan Moreno racing on the Sunday Race Club. He's there pretty much every week that we are there. We commentate on it 52 weeks of the year. Nothing stops the mighty beast that is the Sunday Race Club. MyWhoosh in here. Well, let's see. Come on, Johan. Let's think. One more big climb to go at the end of today, and there's nothing else left in those big climbs before the end. Digging in deep in there with that jersey on. Come on board, jump on board, ride with Johan, ride with all of these riders who are out and racing on MyWhoosh. Each and every rider verified on the Sunday Race Club as well as on the MyWhoosh Championships, not just the top 3, 5 or random individuals. Everybody gets that verification process, so you know that you're up and doing some real racing against real people.
Well, category 3, it was a real race yesterday, and stage 5. We've got to stop saying that. We need a big sign in the studio.
No,
Saturday. Today is Monday. And Noel Batty, if you've got stage race day-itis, well, you're joining us. Noel Batty, he left the group on stage 5 and he climbed clear in Mount Fuji. It was absolutely a stage made for him in category 3, and he did the business. Christian Montoya came through in second place. Stan van Vellegem having a great race to finish in third.
So Christian Montoya managed to take away the top spot overall with his second place to that amazing ride by Noel Batty, who took the stage win. Batty moving himself up just outside the top 10, and interestingly into 11th position overall. In terms of our teams, truly taking this home in style at the moment. They have 1 minute 57 ahead of the Gold Grabbers. That's after 26 hours of racing. That's how close it is. Gold Grabbers moving from 3 to 2. What's up? Just dropping down a little as Level Golden had a golden day at the office from 6th into 4th place. They've got Take This, Gold Grabbers, What's Up, Level Golden, Guardians of the Peloton, Take That Mafia, Cycling District 3, and BMC Racing in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places overall. 26 hours of racing under the wheels of Take This, leading the team competition overall. They are now clear by 2 minutes, but the top 3 teams separated by 3 minutes. It is still all left, ready and waiting for our riders as they leave the pen. Category 3 are up and away. They head out onto this course. 33.7 kilometers of racing, 604 meters of ascent. You can see that the distance that the riders have done is just up on the top underneath the white bar, 200 meters into the ride. And Christopher Morgan, our sprint leader, is out sprinting from the start.
He does like a fast start as well, actually, Morgan, and we've seen him do that quite regularly. But take a look at this. He's got his pace up and rolling. He's sitting at 45 kilometres an hour at the moment. He's now settling down. Let's settle and take a look at the overall standings in category 3. At the moment, Montoya is up in top spot. Stan van Vellegem's ride yesterday moved him up 11 places on GC into second place. That was one ride, sir. Chapeau.
Oh, just ride. What a ride. I've got to say that. Benjamin Brignall, really pleased by his ride. Morgan clearly setting out to ride strongly today. Nick Scolari, I think actually today should suit him. He had a bad day at the office, dropping out of the race lead and dropping to 2:34 on the race leader. He can pull some time back. I don't think today is going to be long enough for him to pull back enough to move back up to the top. But it's not insurmountable, the distance between him and any of the riders realistically sort of in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th places, dependent on the rise that they have today.
And there's lots of really tight time gaps here. Between 7th and 9th is just 30 seconds. Between 5th and 6th, well, it's actually only 6 seconds. So there are some really, really tight time gaps on this top 10 on GC. And there's a whole host of riders between 11th and 15th waiting to snatch some of those places away.
Yeah, definitely just waiting to pounce. And Christopher Morgan on our screens in the sprint jersey, the sprint leader as we go into the last stage, because no sprint points today.
No sprint points today. There are 9 opportunities for sprint points tomorrow, with a maximum 45 points being available. Morgan with 64 points to Fournier's 47. 17-point differential there. So it will be for Morgan's to lose tomorrow, I think. Pavel Gonda doing a great job coming up and sitting in third in that competition on 40 points. The climbing competition, well, yesterday, Niall Batty picked up 15 points at the top of Mount Fuji. That put him into the polka dot skin suit, clear of Christopher Morgan, 49 points to 42. Batty now has to finish the competition to win that competition, because there are no more climbing points available.
And a just reward, I think, for Niall Batty's commitment to going clear and to really racing, strategic racing from him, I think, all the way through the competition. When we went on to the Vessel Rock climb back on stage number 3, when we've gone up on to the rest of the climbing, fantastic. Now, Henry East is going to take away our most sartorially elegant rider of the day. This is a skin suit, aka a Marco Cipollini style skin suit here today. Out and racing. Cipollini wore this. I think it was a Tour de France. It might have been the Tour of the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France. I can't actually remember which race it was. He wore it in the time trial. Today, we are going to see if Henry can do that. I'm loving
the muscles of Cipollini.
Indeed. And he could turn a mean pedal when it came to the time trial. You know, everybody remembers him as this big super sprinter and this big flamboyant character, a bit like Henry East. But he also was a great rider, and that wasn't bad against the clock either. Emma is frantically scrolling to find out which race it was that Mario Cipollini, the lion himself, was racing in at the moment.
He was just constantly getting UCI fines, wasn't he, for his clothing choices?
Yes, I mean, in a day when you didn't have matching shorts to your jersey, when you didn't change kit. I remember him turning up in a bright gold jersey once and getting fined for that.
Shorts, he used to get fined a lot for shorts as well.
Yeah. And socks, and that is pretty much the only thing I have in common with Mario Cipollini, is that we've both been incurred the wrath of the commissaires. Although I have gone one better than Cipollini, because I actually managed to get banned from a race for my socks and disqualified rather than just getting a fine. There you go. Only time I'll ever beat him. Okay, up and in with Nicholas.
It was the Giro d'Italia. Sorry,
Giro
just letting you know there. The muscle skin suit was worn during the Giro d'Italia.
1990. I want to say 1999 or 2001. I'm going to find out. How sad is Matt's knowledge of the clothing choices of Mario Cipollini? Meanwhile, Nicolas Fournier choosing the conventional riding kit here. Great riding by Fournier, the rider on our screens at the moment over the course of these weeks. Yeah, really interested to see what he can do today. He had a great day out when we were in the Worlds of Alula and in the Arabia. Really putting in some great rides on those punchy climbs. Today, well, it could be a good ride for him today. We're in with Nick Squillari, the man who was holding the yellow jersey going into the preceding stage, which was on Saturday, not yesterday. As they go over the bridge. A big sigh from the other side of the commentary studio. Nick Squillari in here. Nick, do you know what year the skin suit was by Mario Cipollini?
The muscle skin
suit, the anatomical one, the one with the skin peel back. We'll have to find out whether Nick knows that maybe after. He's a little focused on staying inside the top three here on the road.
Yeah, he's not interested in your debate. What year did you say?
99 or 2001.
It was 2001. You were quite correct.
Well, I was kind of correct. I sort of hedged my bets between 99 and 2001. Yes. Yeah, great to see him do that. A fantastically explosive sprint. Oh, the other thing I had in common with him is I had a Chinelli Angel Stem as well.
There we go.
And Barb, which was the box section stem.
Well, the question for me is, does Christopher Morgan have angel wings today? Because he's on the front of the pack in the Category 3 race, currently leading this time trial as they head towards the 5-kilometre marker. Villada is pushing on strongly behind Van Vellegem. Well, Stan Van Vellegem is doing a great job moving up into second place. Guarin is on your screens. He's lying in third, 1 minute 7 seconds back. So he's got to stay, well, ideally ahead of Van Vellegem, but Van Vellegem is pushing strongly from behind. So is Squilari. I think this is going to be a cracking time trial today in Category 3.
I don't disagree. Second place, Van Vellegem, 58.9 seconds down. Guarin, that we've seen on our screens, 1 minute and 7 seconds down. So at the moment, it's 8 point a few little bits. That's a technical term. 8 point a few little bits of a second, separating the two. So 9 basically will do the business in Category 3 to separate those two. We'll see if that's going to be the case as we move back to Category 6. Sebastian Escobar, he's on the move here. He's
he is
doing
indeed.
all right. 7 seconds on the Rego. The pair of them, 27 seconds up on Cadabona.
And I tell you something, they're 40 seconds up on the yellow jersey. Really great racing and great moving here by Escobar and Arrego. That is a fabulous move.
And let's keep our eyes on Cadabona as well. He started the day only 33 seconds down on Radamacher. Now let's move across into our next race category, because this has been one of the tightest races that we've seen. Arvin Goddardzi going out and taking victory. A really just reward. He took the yellow jersey in the process with a race lead now of 11.953 seconds from second place. That's actually Carncaim. Second place on the day, the man that we've been turning saying he likes a long climb. Well, Mr. X100 took 12.959 seconds. 12.959 seconds behind, took second place ahead of Carncaim, the man who, with that 14-second deficit, moved from fourth into second place. Mr. X100, with his second place, moved up straight into third. So some big movement in the race field individually.
Yeah.
In terms of the teams, the GOATS team is still leading. They are ahead of the UAE Clan team, who've moved from fifth to second. They are 3 minutes and 3 seconds down. 3 minutes 26 seconds down. The Smarties squad, 23 seconds, separating second and third team after 24.5 hours or so of racing. Hitmen in fourth, the Watt Bonds in fifth, ABC Sports in sixth, Maple Baguettes in seventh, the Raiders of the Storm in eighth. We've got the Cycling District 2 in ninth, BMC Elite Racing in 10th, and DMH Squad in 11th place. 3 hours and 15 minutes separating all of the teams. The top 9 teams inside the hour, the top 7 teams inside 10 minutes, but the real big battle, the UAE Clan team versus Smarties. Let's go.
Well, let's go indeed, because Category 2 come out of the start pen. We're in with Nathan Guerra. He's 17th on GC at the moment, 3 minutes 59 seconds back. But I tell you, he's tied with 16th place, almost identically. It's fractions of a second separating him from the rider above. And, well, he's only 20 seconds shy of 15th. So he could see a ride today moving himself up on GC. And I think, well, Category 2 for me is one of those categories where everything could change. Just 1 minute 41 seconds separating the top 10 riders on GC, and some very, very small gaps.
Well, before we go into the top 10, just a quick mention to Matthias Van He. He dropped from first to 11th place on that big mountain stage. The big mountains, not his normal hunting ground. He's a rider who really does prefer those punchy, powerful, shorter climbs, much like the climb at the end of today. He's only 158 down. He's only 17 seconds off breaking back into that top 10.
But I tell you something, Ike Morel and Nathan Guerra are going for it on the front here. They're up to pace. And they are settling in at the moment at the head of this Category 2 pack. Morel in 9th overall at the moment. He's 1 minute 31 back, but he's only 4 seconds shy of 8th. He's only 5 seconds shy of 7th. I tell you, and when we said there were close time gaps in this category, it's right the way through the field.
I mean, Godazi, 9th to 1st. Karen Kane, 4th to 2nd. Mr. X100 outside the top 10 into 3rd. Stuart Miller outside the top 10 into 4th. And Miller doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it was indeed. And I tell you what else is close, and that's the sprint competition.
Oh, yes.
9 sprints tomorrow on the sprinters finale. Olivier Simmons currently on 35 points. SS currently on 34 points. Maciej Skierski currently on 30 points. There is anything in this. Nothing in this, should I say. And tomorrow is going to be one fast and furious sprint festival in category 2.
If you win every sprint tomorrow, you're going to take home 45 points, if my maths is correct. And I think you're going to be taking home 40 points if you take every second place. But it's going to be really interesting to see just how that plays out. Let's see how that is, because we've got a huge amount of on the stage. 9 sprints, 5 points ago. Emma's quickly going to do the math. Sorry, it's going to be 45. It's 36. You can see my maths is rubbish. Now, got to say, fantastic riding in the King of the Mountains competition. Brilliant racing in that competition on the KOM.
Yeah, it was indeed.
In category 2, because I've
Karen
got to say,
Kayan.
Karen Kayan,
52 points to X100's 45. Adrian Alvarado, 43 points. SS 39. Really, really close. But Khan Kayan, well, he really did the business.
He did. And the battle behind, Adrian Alvarado was looking so strong early on. Then we saw Mr. X100 moving as we moved through the stages, getting stronger and stronger. We got Khan Kayan battling with him point by point. In the end, it was 7 points difference. And I've got to say, well done to Khan Kayan, a young rider, a rider who really set himself to our attention 2 years ago on the MyWhoosh Championships, doing the same again and proving he's great in a stage race.
Well, I'll tell you who is showing us his strength at the moment, and that's Maciej Mendakowicz. Now, this rider has been in the breakaway, making breakaways, making the action in this Category 2 race. And he's making the action again today in the time trial. He settled down into position on the bike, as you can see in the pancake, just moving around a little bit. And that is one of the differentials between riding a time trial out on the road and riding a time trial here on MyWhoosh. The movement and aerodynamics, well, not as important. It's all about the power. And at the moment, the power is coming out of Mendakowicz, and he is clear at the moment of Damsgaard, Morel, Trojanowski, SS, Kalman, and Guerra.
And who could forget that fantastic move made by Maciej Mendakowicz when he came into our race finish and then caught Trojanowski, went over the top of Trojanowski, and then he time trialed that last sort of K or so into the finish. And that's what gave him that lead when he took that yellow jersey in the Category 2 race. He's no stranger to it. He wants it back. Today, I think, is the day that he's been looking. He's got the chance of doing it. He minimised his losses. He went from 2nd to 8th place. But the gaps in this race, Bangston to SS, one of the biggest gaps. That's 6th to 7th place. And that is only, well, it's going to be a whole 29 seconds.
Well, Matthias Van Heet on our screens at the moment. And this is one of the riders who will want to ride a strong race today. He'll want to get himself back up into that top 10. He's currently sat in 11th position. Well, I think the first 28 kilometres of this are going to suit him. The question for me is how well is he going to climb that final 5.4K?
And I think for me, we have said there's no advantage to being with the group. But I think from Matthias Van Heet there is. He's the kind of rider who, in a time trial, needs people around him. He wants a target. He wants to pick. He races it. He doesn't sit and do some automaton pace to within a millimetre of this power or that power or 1 watt here or 1 watt. He's a rider who races, and I think he needs those riders around him. And I think that's going to be good for him having them there, because if he can use that motivation to come into the final climb, then kick, that's going to be really good.
Well, talking about racing, I've done a little bit of research in the gap between the men's and the women's race.
Who
Do you think holds the fastest average individual time trial on the World Tour this year?
On the World Tour this year, I think it's probably going to be a young rider I've actually watched growing up. He and his brother are both national time trial record holders. Tarling, and it's probably Josh Tarling.
Well, you would be correct. So the fastest average time trial from a man this year, set on the UAE Tour, stage 2 individual time trial. It was indeed Josh Tarling. 56.671 kilometers per hour.
Well, I watched that stage live. It was brilliant. Because they had a howling tailwind for a lot of it. So they were absolutely flying along. The UAE Tour, go out to the side of the road and watch it if you get the chance. If you don't, make sure you watch it on TV, both the men's and the women's tour. A lot of the scenery that you'll see in the very early worlds of MyWhoosh, things like Arabia and Lula, you can see those, the climbs of the Hafid, to the Yates, but also lots of the places like Alain. Brilliant to see. That is a great race to watch. All part of, I mean, the cycling sports history and the new racing in the UAE Tour, great. And congratulations to Josh Tarling. Will our riders do 56.6k an hour?
Well, currently 44 kilometres an hour from Trojanoski at the moment, and holding that pace steady. Now, in the Category 6 race, they have started the climb, and Escobar is pushing on ahead of Arago by 30 seconds. Cadabona at 49, and the yellow jersey of Rademacher at a minute. So that's the Category 6 race. But now down in the start pen, we are about to unleash Category 1.
Oh, unleash is a very, very apt phrase for today's racing. There's going to be some very nervous riders down in here. Michael Vink, the Vinkinator himself, went off on the hunt. He went over the top of the early attacker on the big climb of Mount Fuji to take away the stage. A win, 1 hour 54 minutes, 29 seconds in 2 hours of racing for Category 1 race winner. 47 seconds behind was Jason Osborne. And then we had Yunfei Wu. Proving he is the third best rider in the race to date. And the top three really have established their positions. Vink leading the race overall. Osborne in second place. Wu in third place. The riders behind, well, they've got some work to do as they move on through. The climbs and the sprints, very, very telling. Not one of the teams moved position yesterday, amazingly, but the gaps did change slightly. So Boss Move's only squad have reinforced their lead, 5 minutes 54 ahead of the nearest team, Aber Synergy in second. Alpha Jura in third, 15 minutes down. Farmworth's in fourth there at 24 minutes. You've got the Venga boys in fifth at 25, nearly 26 minutes. Natural Born Gorillas at just under the hour, just under 2 hours. Les Domestiques, proving that the domestics are going to make it to the end of the tour, as they often do. It's the stars that can sometimes fall by the wayside and fall from the sky. Who's going today light up the rose, light the sky up? Who's going to be taking the confetti at the finish? It's time to go racing. It is the penultimate race that starts for Category 1. It's our penultimate stage. They're the last group to leave the pens here on the individual time trial in Australia. They are going on to the outer loop course, a slightly different direction to normal. And you will see after 33.7k and climbing 604 meters, who will be the rider at the top. And for me, these riders should know how to start. These riders should know how to time trial. And if you're a Category 1 rider and you blow up today, you have really, really, really got it wrong.
Well, Paul Skierski, the young rider from Poland, on the front here. He's battling with Hayden Pucker in that young rider competition. There's just over 30 seconds separating the two of them, with Pucker 34 seconds ahead of Skierski. It's going to go to the wire, I think, that young rider competition, and today is going to be important. Now, you can see on the screen at the moment the overall standings as they are at the moment. In the top four, no changes. The 48-second gap between Vink and Osborne, 1 minute 16 back to Wu, 3 minutes 50 back to Ollie Jones. Ollie Jones, for me, it's going to be an interesting one today to see how he time trials. Said Safrazadi moving himself up into fifth, Stefan van Elst moving himself up into sixth, Pucker moving himself up into seventh, and Knudsen moving himself up into eighth. all on the last stage. Dan Turek, well, he tumbled down to 10th place. He's now 7 minutes back on GC. But amongst some of these riders, the gaps are tiny. So, for example, between Knudsen and Skierski, it's 9 seconds. Well, some of the other things that aren't tiny, and that's the sprint competition. So, Michael Vink has 60 points at the moment to Jasper Paradien's 48. Can Paradiens and his team do anything about that tomorrow? It's a big, big question.
Paradiens is such a strong sprinter, but Michael Vink, his tactic of going out, hoovering up those early points in there, I think a bit like we were talking about McCarthy getting the climbs competition in and having something in the bank. Vink has done that as well. And
Yeah.
I think if Vink chooses to go for it, he's a hard man to stop. We've seen his sprint is just so powerful.
Yeah, but for me, it's a long stage tomorrow. The question is, can Paradien's team do anything about it? Will it matter? Will we see a break? Will we not? Will we see Vink pick up no points? That's the only way I think somebody else can win. Well, nobody else is going to win the mountains competition because Jason Osborne has already sewn that up in style. 87 points to Vink's 41. Yunfei Wu coming in third in 37 points in that competition. Well, at the moment is Michael Vink with Hayden Pucker at the front of this time trial. Jason Osborne settling into third. Niall Pedersen is there as well. He's in fourth at the moment. But the stretch already on this group at the 2.2 kilometre marker. Jones and Tugels to the 4. But Vink at the moment, he's settling in at around 6.5 watts per kilo. That is monster. You see 442 watts. Pucker behind. Pucker has big power. Pucker has watts.
He certainly does. He's got watts. He's got power. A quick reminder, every single rider here on MyWhoosh, from Michael Vink leading Category 1 to our last rider in Category 6. All of the riders who are out and racing the Sunday Race Club and the MyWhoosh Championships are verified. That full verification process applied to all of the riders, not just one or two that you see elsewhere. Don't forget, of course, this is the $1 million multi-day stage race televised, sent out to you by the platform that has no subscription fees. You don't have to pay every month. You can save it for the good stuff because MyWhoosh is free to download on your iOS, on your Android, or on the Windows. It's the only platform providing elite racing every single week of the year, the Sunday Race Club, but not just for the elites, for every race category, from Category 1 to Category 6, whoever you are. Get yourselves down, jump on board MyWhoosh and get yourself racing. You could be racing Escobar, Milano and Rademacher and co on the climb.
Well, at the 30.4 kilometre marker, and you can see that on the screen underneath the white bar, Escobar, that's the distance he's travelled so far in this 33.7 kilometre race. Milano, Escobar, Cadabona, Rademacher, right in the front of this time trial. We've got Rademacher, Escobar and Cadabona on the screen as well at the moment. And you can see those three riders, Rademacher resplendent in his yellow jersey in the pain cave, challenging and pushing himself to hold that yellow jersey today. He's a rider in yellow, Cadabona in the polka dots, and then we've got the two riders, Escobar just getting distanced off the back here. They are coming up to the final 3 kilometres to go. Well, the Category 5 race on the right-hand side of your screen, Felipe Reinheimer doing a phenomenal job, but Neville Ross just at 1 second.
Well, this is the run for the line. They're making the way up to the top now, even with my appalling mass, 33.7k at the finish. We are now making our way in towards the last few kilometers here. This is going to be critical in the run for the line for the overall. Reinheimer on the move. The man who was deposed now ascendant at the moment. Neville Ross put a great time trial.
Yep.
And Martin Wang, not quite doing a Wang off the front, but as he did earlier on in the stage racing, but doing a great
It's
job
a
here.
really solid performance, isn't it, from Wang at the moment? And these three riders really climbing strongly in this time trial. They are now indeed about to come to some of the steeper sections on this climb. For those of you who watch the Sunday Race Club, we do have an outer loop course in Australia. It's slightly longer on the race route, and we actually go down this ascent on that Sunday race course map. Slightly different way around Australia today.
It isn't Australia, one of the many worlds that is free to do a ride on MyWhoosh. And of course, don't forget, you can come and race against Andrew Neville Ross at the moment, though. I wouldn't want to be racing him because he's on some blistering form here. He's still got Reinheimer in front of him, but he showed that he's not just a sprinter earlier in the stage race, and he's doing that again.
Well, and the issue for me here, Felipe Reinheimer currently lying third on GC, 50 seconds back on Polacca, with Hagland at 36 seconds in second place. The question is, where are those two riders? And is Felipe Reinheimer riding himself into the yellow jersey in category 5?
Whoa, he could be. The gap, Reinheimer back.
50 seconds.
50 seconds at the moment. Not quite 50 seconds, but we're not at the top yet. Milano, the nearest rider to the end of this stage 6 of 7 stages on the MyWhoosh Championship. $1 million US prize fund up for grabs. The prize is divided equally between the men's and the women's races and spread across the 6 race categories. So whether you're racing in category 1 or category 6, there is prize money to be had for stage wins, for top 10 overall, for taking away things like sprints, the king or queen of the mountains, taking away the Masters jersey, the local riders jersey, or of course the young riders competition, whichever competition that our riders are in. We wish them best of luck for the rest of today's stage. Jakub Wojciech leading out the category 4 race on the right hand side of your screen, and Wojciech put in a good time trial here. He's ahead of the overall yellow jersey coming in today. Now that's Esprit Ibrahim, who took that jersey on stage 2. 10 seconds is not enough for Wojciech. He needs 1 minute and
Wow.
12.
This is a great move, though, and this could be the move for a stage win. Let's just remind ourselves, there are 7 stages on the MyWhoosh Championships, and getting a stage win is not easy, but a fabulous target, particularly if you have a specific skill set. And Wojciech coming up and pushing on here in the individual time trial could well have found his niche. Ibrahim pushing on as well in the yellow jersey. He's also got the young rider's skin suit as well, and fabulous performance from him across the racing so far. Ramirez at 2 seconds behind him with Gordon, Spratt just a little bit further back, and El Alami, the polka dot skin suit, at 10 seconds behind Ibrahim.
Look at this. This is all going to come to a head, I think, as we hit the climb, just on these little roller coaster bumps on the way in towards the climb, 2/3 of the way through this race route also. The climb kicks in, Emma, at 28.5k or so. That's one of the that's the point at which these riders need to switch down. They don't need to jump off and change bikes. I mean, we've seen that at all sorts of races from World Championships. I remember particularly in Norway, we've seen in the junior race Tom Pickup doing that, doing a cyclocross dismount, jumping onto the time trial bike. We see it in lots of races. There's none of that calculation to be made. This is purely about what the riders can do. But they do need to switch themselves, don't they, into that sort of climbing mode where some of our riders will excel. Some of our riders will be absolutely flying. And some people will just be thinking, please let it end.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, where we switch from sort of absolute watts to watts per kilo. And, some of the riders much stronger in one area than the other. And some of the riders preferring the flatter sections. And if this had been a 33.7 kilometre flat time trial, that would have been different. But this is the MyWhoosh Championships. There's no flat finale to this time trial today. We head upwards for the final 5.4 kilometres. We've got all of our riders out at the start pen. And the first riders away. At 1 hour, 1 minute ago, David Milano is at the front of that ride at the moment at the 32.1 kilometre marker. There is not that far to go. He's coming up to the 1,500 metre to go mark.
And David Milano started the day in 8th place. He was 9:44 down on the lead, but only 43 seconds behind Orlando Montoya. He was only a minute behind Simon Patzel. And with those gaps really stretched out, he's going to move his way up. Arrego on a good ride here today, but I think the big ride really being done here by Milano and Rademacher on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, one of the things I am watching, though, is Riley Milostic, because Milostic is in second place on GC at the moment, 2 seconds behind Rademacher. He is currently on the road around 30 seconds behind him. But we're now coming, for me, to the part of the course that really suits Riley Milostic, the top section of the climb. Can he close it down any further, or will he find himself dropping out of second place? Because Cadabona, who's currently lying in third, 31 seconds behind him, is, by my count, currently... Oh, he's holding it. He's around 20 seconds ahead of him. So Milostic may be holding second here.
So Milostic in the white jersey of the Young Riders competition leader. Cadabona with the win in the climbers competition. 2 great climbers onto the climb in category 6, chasing Milano and racing for those podium positions as we go from the end of today's stage, the penultimate stage, onto our final stage tomorrow. Milano leading behind him. You can see that yellow skin suit of Rademacher. And Rademacher, for me, really now is imposing himself on this race. He's gone, do you know what? I've got this jersey. It might not be by a huge amount. I'm going to need to make it somewhat. And he's gone out to do that. He's opened the gap to Milostic and Michael Rademacher, very proudly wearing a yellow jersey. Thank you very much. So that is what we call commitment to the yellow, with the yellow jersey in the pain cave, with the yellow skin suit on the bike. And at the moment, Michael Rademacher making his way up this climb in second place. He can see his target in front. I'm sure he would love to win the stage today behind Cadabona and Milostic. Well, Cadabona at the moment with 15 seconds to Milostic, but Milostic is climbing at the moment. He's got a higher watts per kilo. An answer comes from Cadabona, and he is currently 19, 20 seconds behind Rademacher. They're not out of sight because this climb is so steep, and the riders at the moment, the speed around about that 15 kilometers an hour mark.
Well, the GC contenders for the top 3 here in category 6 doing a sterling job of trying to maintain their positions. They have 1,000 meters now to go in this individual time trial. This is stage 6 of this 7-stage stage race over 8 days on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. This is category 6. They have 900 meters to go, 700 meters to go for David Milano, because Milano has gone clear of the riders here, chasing Milano in 8th place overall, but he's looking for a stage win today. David Milano looks as though he's going to take it as well, because Rademacher is at 15 seconds behind. So David Milano continuing to drive, continuing to push. He's got around 550 meters to go to complete this time trial today. Behind him, it's all about the seconds. Rademacher in 2 in yellow, currently 2 seconds clear of Milostic and 33 seconds clear of Cadabona on GC. Going into today, it is all going to change behind. Well, it may well do further down, but it may not change in terms of positions here today. It might just be the time gaps that change.
So don't forget, all of the race results are on www.mywhoosh.com. Go to results on there and make sure that you keep a check on when the results are verified, when that stamp is put into place to say that it is an official result. All the results of all of the riders checked across all of the race categories, across the some nearly 600 riders in action here today. You can see Michael Rademacher on your screen. His result will be on that results page. It will also be up on MyWhooshinfo.com as well, with lots of data and stats on there too. But the official results, mywhoosh.com/results. Michael Rademacher wants that top spot to be his. He's closing in on the wheel of Milano. He's given this absolutely everything here. He knows time is running out. He's at 33.4k, and that means that he's got less than 300 meters to go to our race finish here today. Rademacher in person, out of their saddle on this little kicker, 9.5%. He's in zone 5, he's in zone 6. It loses a little to 4, goes back up to 6. He's bouncing up and down, he's giving it everything. He can see Milano, and this is a concerted push to get onto the wheels behind. Riley Milostic has gone over Cadabona. Cadabona, I think, has capitulated second place overall here, because Milostic, defending second, has not only caught, but he has passed Cadabona behind. Battles all over the mountain, but Milano leading here, holding off the yellow jersey in style.
Well, David Milano comes into sight of the finish line today here on stage 6 of the MyWhoosh Championships. This is category 6, and 67 minutes into the race, David Milano is going to stay ahead of the yellow jersey and time trial his way to the stage win today. It goes to David Milano in category 6. The yellow jersey, Michael Rademacher. Well, it's tension in the studio for the spectators and supporters too, as Rademacher comes over the line and defends that yellow jersey in style. Riley Milostic in the white jersey of the under-23 competition. He's one of the youngest riders in the MyWhoosh Championships at just 16 years of age. He's settled himself into second position in the category 6 race, and he's going to hold that position overnight tonight, going into the final stage tomorrow. Riley Milostic comes underneath the banner for third place today in the individual time trial. There's a battle behind because Kozel has caught Cadabona. These two riders driving for the line, and Cadabona desperately wants it. He's pushing to go over the top of Kozel. Oh, yes. He's going to go through in fourth place today. Kozel in fifth.
An absolute battle of the GC contenders, a battle for the race win, but no taking it away from David Milano of the BMC 60s. He takes away the race win here today. His time, 1 hour, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. He goes through nearly 7 seconds clear of Rademacher in second place. Riley Milostic in third at 45 seconds. At 58 seconds, and the gap increased between Rademacher and Milostic. Milostic increasing the gap to Cadabona. Cadabona in fourth, 58 seconds down. Kozel goes through almost identical time, 0.2 of a second down on Cadabona. It's going to be Diaz in sixth, Jose in seventh, Maillard in eighth, Padsel in ninth, and Escobar in 10th. A top 10 GC battle from all of those riders in category 6. All the results on mywhoosh.com.
Well, this is category 5. Martin Wang at the front on this individual time trial. They're coming up to 1,000 meters to go. Wang currently lying in 16th place. He can't contend GC, but he can indeed win the individual time trial. Juan Garcias is currently lying in 22nd. Neville Ross and Reinheimer battling it out with Pulaka and Mountier. These four riders all close together now. Neville Ross fell out of the top 10 yesterday, finishing 11th overall on GC. Coming into today, Pulaka defending that yellow jersey. He's at the top of your screen at the moment. James Mountier in the mix here as well. These four riders all pushing on. Neville Ross determined. That is one determined looking face. He wants to get back into that top 10 today. He's got GC intentions. It's all going to be about the gaps behind him. Neville Ross has done everything he can do to move back into the top 10. It's about what everybody else has done now. You see Pulaka, well, he has ridden a really smart championships.
Smart championship, smart stage, great riding, great commitment, and at the moment riding with this group of riders up in front is Wang, still leading this race out. That gap, though, it is tenuous to Garces. It's 5 seconds as they make their way in towards the finish. They might be into the final kilometre, but they still have distance to cover. Here you can see the pain on Andrew Neville Ross's face as he gets out of the saddle. Wang, the race leader in front of Garces. Polaka battling. He is currently leading the chasing group behind. They're all in the same camera shot as they come around this turn, sprinting up this long straight. They've got to make the way in around this turn. They've got to get around the far side, and they want to make the way into the finish. The banner will come through that archway here. MyWhoosh, the partner for the UCI for 2024, 25 and 26, putting on another amazing event, the MyWhoosh Championships. This is stage 6. It's part of the amazing races coming to you from MyWhoosh, the World Championships. Those public qualifiers, still 2 more to do. Jump on board, get racing on those public qualifiers. See what you can do against the best in the world. Where do you sit in the overall scheme of things? Don't forget, of course, the MyWhoosh Championship are going to be wrapping up tomorrow. But in terms of top level events, we've got the Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday. Has been for some time now, and I'm sure it will be for some time to come. Every single Sunday, prize money, full verification across all race fields, coverage covering riders from category 1 to category 6. Lots of these riders racing and riding on there. You could be to download the app on iOS, on Android, and of course on Windows. Let's see who's going to take this out. The gap closing at the front of the race in category 5. Gus is coming up onto the wheel of Wang. Meanwhile, Reinheimer pushing to try and go clear of Polaka.
Yeah, really interesting move here. Now, Reinheimer is lying 3rd on GC at the moment, 50 seconds behind Polaka. 50 seconds is a big ask in the last 250 metres. I don't think he's going to do it. And Polaka, well, I think that's enough to hold on. The gap may close slightly, but I don't think it is a trouble today. The trouble may be for Nicholas Hagland, because depending upon where Hagland is, he could be being overtaken by Reinheimer. But at the moment, Martin Wang is not being overtaken by anybody. Wang has ridden a fantastic individual time trial here in category 5 and takes the win today on stage 6 in the MyWhoosh Championships in category 5. Garcias comes through for 2nd. Reinheimer battling Mountier for 3rd. But Reinheimer going through. Kendall coming up over the top of Mountier. A big drive from him. Jussi Polaka doing what the yellow jersey needed to do. Neville Ross, I think, will move up on GC. Hagland is there 15 seconds back. Well, it's going to be interesting when we see those final time gaps.
It certainly will. So let's give you a quick roundup here. Martin Wang taking the race of victory in 1 hour, 3 minutes, 25 seconds, with Garces 2nd at 5 seconds. Reinheimer came over the line 12 seconds down in 3rd place, and it was Kendall, Mountier, followed by Mukhtari, Polaka, Neville Ross, and Hagland. Hagland came over the line 33 seconds down, and that means that Reinheimer came through what is 21 seconds up. They have 14 seconds separating them,
switch.
And it is a switch. Reinheimer now moves above Hagland, but there's still 1 day of racing left to go. So can they overturn that? Will we see some last minutes attacks? There's no celebrating with the champagne on the last stage of the MyWhoosh Championship until you get across the line. At the moment, Mohamed El Alami, the rider who has won the polka dot skin suit in category 4, leading category 4 of the climb. Rafael Amaro are doing a great job in category 3 at the moment. It looks like Maciej Mendekowicz continuing that push in towards the climb proper, leading in category 2. And Michael Vink, 7 seconds on Osborne. It's going to the form, but behind.
13 seconds on Pucker.
And Tugels, Jones, and Skierski in
at
there.
40 seconds.
Yeah, nothing to separate them at the moment.
Well, interesting racing. It's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds. Category 2 at the 26.2 kilometre marker, pushing on 19.2. Category 1. We're in with Osborne at the moment now. Vink has, pushed on here. He's 7 seconds clear. What can Osborne do as we get towards the climb at the end? That is what I am wondering. And can Michael Vink hold this? Well, it's a bit. Sometimes I think I'm a bit daft asking, well, can Michael Vink hold this? The answer is obviously yes.
But will are
two different things. Now, Vink raced Sunday Race Club yesterday. Osborne didn't. Osborne, I've seen social media pictures of him hunting for ice all the way around Girona, where he is in Spain at the moment, and carrying huge bags of ice back, and then jumping in an ice bin for his iced bath. So that's what Osborne was doing yesterday. Vink was racing. So the question is, what is going to happen between these two? They might be teammates on paper. Are they teammates here? Is this a plan? Well, I think this is rider versus rider, and it's Vink versus Osborne versus the clock. Well, behind, Hayden Pucker for me is doing a great job, and I thought Pucker would do well today, particularly on the first 28 kilometres of this time trial. The question for me is, can Pucker hold this on the climb as well? It's around 28 seconds back to the group behind Pucker. Jones, Tugels, those are the two riders behind. Skierski is 41 seconds behind Pucker. And let's remember, Pucker and Skierski are battling in that young rider competition. Now, for me, Hayden Pucker's strength is the first 28k. Pau Skierski's strength is the last 5.4 kilometres relatively to Pucker. Can Pucker get a big enough gap? But bearing in mind, he's already holding 34 seconds on Skierski on GC.
He should do, and let's not forget, looking back on some of the race series that we've had, Echelon Race Series, I'm thinking of particularly here. We saw Hayden Pucker just go smash it from the front. I think it was on the first race of those, and he just opened up a gap, soloed away. He's a rider who has got the power, he's got the strength, a young rider who puts out some, because they can focus on the race. Now, a little bit further up the road and up the climb, heading towards the summit into the last kilometre, Mohamed El Alami, the polka dots wearer of the King of the Mountains leader and confirmed winner if he makes it through tomorrow's stage. Mohamed El Alami has got a gap. He had a bigger gap on Esprit Ibrahim earlier on. Ibrahim in the ascendancy in the later stages here. We're in with Mohamed El Alami at the moment on the pain cave on the left-hand side. I know we've seen Mohamed El Alami out of the saddle before, but this is looking like he's giving it everything. We've seen Esprit Ibrahim today on camera. He was looking pretty cool, calm and collected at the start of the day. I'm sure he's looking like he's working harder now, because the riders coming down, they are 3 seconds apart now at the moment behind Ramirez, Wojciech, Flores, Pedicini.
Well, for me, Wojciech is the rider riding him into a GC position at the moment. Jakub Wojciech came into today's stage in 5th place, 1 minute 11 back. Pedicini was 1 second ahead of him, and Gomez was around 50 seconds ahead of him. I cannot see them behind. They are over a minute back to... they're not there.
They're not, and
Wojciech could be riding himself into 3rd place today, but he's got to keep a gap, and he's got to keep riding to the finish.
And he's got to keep an eye on what Mohamed El Alami does, because don't forget that there was only 27 seconds between Wojciech ahead of El Alami. So El Alami at the moment leading, Wojciech at 31 seconds, so he's losing ground. So whilst Wojciech is rising up through the rankings, Mohamed El Alami is rising faster and could potentially go above by 2 or 3 seconds. So at the moment, El Alami looking to be rising. So is Wojciech. They are the riders in the ascendancy. Don't forget, of course, Ramirez is in here as well as Esprit Ibrahim. All the big names coming up to the front. Great riding, though, by Frank Flores, a rider who has been riding strongly all the way through the race. And he's currently in 5th position on the road. Nicholas Spratt not out of this, but the time gaps are big.
Spratt, Spratt could be moving through, but at the moment, Mohamed El Alami goes underneath the banner to take the win today in the individual time trial. He's pleased with that, and well, why wouldn't he be? That's category 4, winning the individual time trial. Ibrahim comes underneath the banner in second on the stage. Ramirez is going to take third place on the stage today. Ibrahim had defended that yellow jersey in absolute style. And Jakub Wojciech is coming up for fourth place on the stage today. This is going to see him rise potentially into the bronze medal third place position on GC. He's going to need to defend that tomorrow. If he gets there today, it's going to take a little while for the rest of the riders to come through. But Wojciech having a brilliant race today.
So El Alami needed to have 27 seconds to go up in ahead of Wojciech. The time gap between them, 38 seconds. That should put El Alami up into third place. Wojciech, I think, is going to be fourth, as they're behind Ramirez and Ibrahim. Ibrahim taking the win. Don't forget, all of these are subject to the proviso that this is Matt's Maths, and Matt's Maths is the sort of thing that got you expelled from school. So please, please, please make sure that you check all the results on the MyWhoosh Championships on MyWhoosh.com on the results. Don't forget, tomorrow we would like you to get onto the live chat as well. If you're watching, please do try and watch live the last stages of the MyWhoosh Championship. Get on that live chat. Thank you everybody for the comments. We do take everything with a pinch of salt on there. We are there one way or another under the full speed events. So that is the commentary team of Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, and a number of other people who help deliver events all around the globe. A big thank you to everybody in the team here. But do get on that board tomorrow. Put your comments in, and don't hesitate to get in touch at Matt Fix the Pain, at Biking_Emma, and of course you can get in touch with MyWhoosh. They are super friendly, responsive, and will talk with anyone. They talk to me.
Well, let's just do a little check on category 1 and category 2. In category 1, on the right hand side of your screen, it's Michael Vink and Jason Osborne. 6 seconds now separating those two riders. Hayden Pucker just 9 seconds back on Osborne in third. Then there's around a 30-second gap back to Jones and Tugles. And category 2, well, they are now on the lower slopes of the climb, and it's looking to me like Maciej Mendakowicz, his early attack here in the time trial, he's kept that pace metronomic. He is 34 seconds clear of the chase behind. Well, actually, he's not, because Trojanowski is clear of Milostic, Damsgaard, and Graves. So Maciej Mendakowicz, these two riders have battled and battled and battled throughout the MyWhoosh Championships. Mendakowicz and Trojanowski in category 2 are battling again on the slopes of the Outer Loop course here in Australia. Peter Milostic leading the charge behind in this individual time trial. Nikolai Damsgaard in there. Phil Graves having a brilliant race as well. Now, let's not forget Graves, once an international triathlete, so time trialing should be his thing.
It certainly should. Well, he's beaten me in a time trial on more than one occasion. That's for certain. I'm sure I remember being on the podium, looking up at him, thinking, I want that top step. We've got some great riders in category 2. Maciej Mendakowicz, as you say, really lighting things up. Arvin Godardzi was the leader in the house coming in category 2 from Conquer. Mr. X100 on the charge. I've just seen him in that big chasing group. We've got Miller Lostic in there, Bengston, SS, Mendakowicz, Morel. They are going to be the big hitters here today. I'm not sure whether we're not seeing Phil Graves working here for Mr. X100. He can't do anything in terms of draft or helping him in that sense, but being there and pulling down riders is going to provide a stepping stone and an inspiration to move on. Meanwhile, we're in with Marcin Trojanowski, and at the moment he's on his way back to his countryman, that's Maciej Mendakowicz. The two Polish riders here, part of a really strong Polish community here within MyWhoosh.
Absolutely.
Some brilliant riders, some great coaches. I mean, they get some great numbers on those live coaching sessions.
Yeah, they do indeed. And do you know, we were talking about the Brazilian contingent on MyWhoosh, the Polish contingent, absolutely phenomenal. And the Polish race is so strong in the men's and the women's racing. And at the moment in category 2, Mendakowicz and Trojanowski pushing on strongly, and coming up to the wheel of Mendakowicz now, the 30-kilometre marker, 3.7k to go. There's still a lot of climbing. Now, the Polish coach Karol Śledek races in category 3.
Yes.
And those sessions are hard.
He does some really hard sessions, but he gets the numbers,
He does indeed.
There's
And
clearly plenty of masochists who
he's
want to
got
go
a
ride.
great following as one of the coaches on MyWhoosh, the live coaches on MyWhoosh. Absolutely brilliant. You can drop in to any of them and slot them into your training plan. You can find it on mywhoosh.com underneath the events section, and the sessions for the month are always on there.
And when we say live, we mean live. It's not pre-recording.
No.
There are plenty of those on the live sessions if you want them, if you just want to get the pre-recorded one. But you can have the live one. You could literally go on there and ask Carol, what did you have for breakfast? And he'd be able to tell you.
Well, we did do it. We did do a bit of a test one day on one of the live coaching sessions because we were talking about music and the type of music you'd find motivating to train to. And someone mentioned some form of jazz, and I picked up my phone on Spotify and had a little look, and we all listened to it. So we did actually prove at that moment that it was live coaching.
Somebody rides to jazz.
Yep.
I guess it takes all sorts.
There you go. Well, at the moment, they're jazzing it up in category 3. Sorry, I just couldn't refuse that one. It was just handed to me on a plate. Ridley, Van Vellegem, Amaro. Amaro doing another good job here. Rafael Amaro at the 33-kilometre marker, 700 metres to go. And Amaro, 26 seconds clear now of Ridley and Van Vellegem behind.
And this is a push realistically for the stage when he's 16 minutes down overall. He's not a threat to the overall here. Amaro leading his way up here. Ridley behind him. Ridley is closer to the race lead in 6th place. 1 minute 38 down. Van Vellegem in the mix here. He's 2nd overall, 58 seconds down. Montoya is the man we're looking for. And at the moment, Montoya looks to be almost a minute outside of the lead. So it's going to be close. If Montoya can come back towards Van Vellegem, he's got a chance, but it's going to come down to seconds. So the very front of this race, Amaro looking like he's going to make his way through for the stage win. One of only 7 opportunities to take the stage win on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Sadly, as I said on the Women's Show, we don't get to do these 3 or 4 times a year, which would be amazing. Different times around the world. 4 different sets of stage races.
Well, let's not forget,
that'd be brilliant. I love a stage race.
Amaro took the win.
Yes.
On stage 4.
Yes.
In Zurich.
Yes.
It was a brilliant, brilliant race. He's time trialling away on stage 6. This could be 2 stage wins to Amaro. What a performance on the MyWhoosh Championships to take 2 stage wins. And he's had a 2nd place already as well.
Ka-ching. Because remember, there is proper prize money on this, supported by MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh putting their money where their platform is. They don't have a subscription. They are here to support cycling esports and provide racing, riding, as well as training opportunities and the weekly prize money on the Sunday Race Club. And, of course, on the MyWhoosh Championship, the yellow jersey time gap comes into sight. 1:02 on Amaro. That makes it 42 to Ridley. Ridley started the
138 back.
138 back. I don't think Ridley's going to take
Van
that
Vellegem
way.
started 58 seconds back. Montoya,
he's the threat.
Montoya needs to manage this, and he needs to manage it closely. But Rafael Amaro, let's give him the credit he deserves. This is his 2nd stage win. He took the win in Zurich in category 3. He's going to take the win here in the individual time trial on stage 6 in category 3. Rafael Amaro goes underneath the banner. He's your winner today in category 3. Van Vellegem and Ridley are battling it out for the minor seconds. Stan Van Vellegem's going to come up over the top. He's 2nd on GC at the moment, and he wants every single second he can get. Lewis Ridley is going to come through for 3rd on stage today. Camilla Dannies is going to come through for 4th. Mathieu Kalman in the mix in 5th place today, ahead of Nick Squillari and Christian Montoya. Montoya now, it is all about the time gap. Nick Squillari, I think, will work his way up on GC GC. Matthias Kalman doing a brilliant job. He's 9th overall coming into today's stage, and again will be giving himself added bonus, but Squilari comes through. Montoya is behind. The time gap to Montoya is the important one. Squilari, well, with all the effort he's putting into this competition, fabulous work from Nick Squilari today. Another really strong performance.
And immediately behind comes Christian Montoya. We're looking for that time gap as Montoya goes through. He's going to hold on to the yellow jersey. He goes through. The gap to the leader is exactly 1 minute. He was 58 seconds behind Van Vellegem, but Van Vellegem gave away 13 seconds. So Montoya holding on to the overall GC, defending that here today on the slopes. Van Vellegem got closer, but not close enough.
Well, I'll tell you something. Expect fireworks on tomorrow's stage, because the Gold Grabbers team will be wanting to chase those. What is that, 19 seconds or 13 seconds difference will be between Montoya and Van Vellegem. Stay tuned to the MyWhoosh results page for when that results get verified and we get that confirmed. While the Category 2 race and the Category 1 race is lighting up our screens at the moment. Ross Fawcett on our screens in Category 2. The push is on here. Look at the effort on Fawcett's face. He's chasing Mendakowicz, Milostic and Trojanoski. He's right at the 4 in this individual time trial. He's got Damsgaard for company. Mendakowicz has been overtaken by Milostic and Trojanoski. Fawcett is on the move as well. This is absolutely fabulous racing in Category 2. Well, they're at the 32-kilometre marker, 1.7k to go. It is going to go down to the wire, and there are going to be fractions of seconds between these riders. Just 11 seconds separated the top 2 on GC, 14 seconds separated the top 3, and I can tell you we are going to see some changes tonight.
And it could well be that Mr. X100 has ridden himself up into the overall lead here if he continues the way he's going. Goddazi, Arvin Goddazi, the rider who was leading, we're still yet to find where he is on our screens. Mr. X100 at the moment is 14 seconds down on the leader. 42 by my reckoning. That's 38 seconds, 28 seconds, sorry, gap in between the two. So it's going to be very, very close at the moment. Mr. X100 in a position where if Goddazi can't do anything in the last slopes here, he is going to make his way up into the overall lead in Category 2, subject to what everybody else around him does. There's so many riders in contention. Stuart Miller on
doing
a
a great job as well
here. He's only 7 seconds down on Mr. X100. He started the day behind him by what was 19 seconds, but he's holding position. They are both climbing up through the standings, through the overall rankings. Remember, Peter Milostic is one of those riders in the overall. Milostic 48 seconds down on the race leader, and at the moment he's leading this stage out.
Well, he is indeed, but the time gaps are going to be too small, I think, for him to do anything about the lead here. Arvin Goddazi from the Maple Baguette Express. He is defending that yellow jersey today in Category 2. In Category 1, it's all about Michael Vink. He's in yellow. But can I tell you, every single time we have dropped back in with Category 1, the gap is the same. 6 seconds. That race is not over yet. Milostic now at the top of the tree in this individual time trial. They've got over 1,000 meters to go. Just Trojanoski, Damsgaard, Mendakowicz, Fawcett, X100, 6 riders within 10 seconds at the moment. The time trialing prowess of these riders, there is nobody breaking away.
Nobody can go clear at the moment. Nobody can break the elastic properly. The nearest to doing that is Peter Milostic at the moment, 15 seconds clear of Ross Fawcett. But it does mean he's only 4 seconds clear of Trojanoski. Martin Trojanoski on the bottom of your screen. Ross Fawcett in the middle. Maciej Mendakowicz up on the top of the screen. All these riders battling. This is not just, remember, for the stage win. At stake here is the yellow jersey coming out of stage 6, the penultimate stage here in Australia, going in to our final days racing in Colombia. 83 kilometers of racing on stage 7, 293 meters of ascent. It is laps out and round. It's going to be sprint after sprint after sprint. Today is the real big GC day. This is where you can make those time gaps, where you can take that lead into the final day. Milostic, 6 seconds on Marcin Trojanowski, 9 seconds on Damsgaard, and 17 seconds at the moment on X100. Between those two riders, though, there was 34 seconds between Mr. X100 and Milostic. It's not enough yet to take it away from X100. Damsgaard riding strongly as well. He's not going to figure in the overall. Trojanowski is not going to figure in the overall. What can Mendakowicz do? Fawcett, Hoffman, and most importantly, the yellow jersey coming in today with an 11.953 lead on everyone else, Arvin Godazzi.
Well, Godzarski is a little bit further back down the road at the moment, but Milostic, he's further up the road. He's coming to the final 400 metres to go, and Peter Milostic has got 7 seconds on Damsgaard at the moment. Milostic is driving towards the line. Peter Milostic, who can slow him down in this individual time trial? Who can close the gaps? I don't know whether anybody can. Peter Milostic, well, he's looking to take the win here in Australia on the outer loop course. The Australian rider, and we've talked about home advantages when Swiss riders have raced in Zurich, where Japanese riders have raced in Japan. Peter Milostic is racing in Australia here. It's an individual time trial against the clock, and Milostic continues to climb and continues to climb strongly. He sees the finish line. The finish line is now ahead in this individual time trial. Trojanowski, Damsgaard battling behind for second and third. X100 battling for seconds. Fawcett, Mendakowicz, Hoffman, Godzarski is out there as well. But Peter Milostic is going to take the win today in Category 2. He's driven away from the rest of them in this individual time trial. He goes under the banner in 1. Damsgaard and Trojanowski go through in 2 and 3. X100 comes towards the line. That could well be a yellow jersey. Those riders being congratulated in their pain caves as we speak, but X100, phenomenal job as Fawcett comes through.
Well, what a race and run into the finish, and all these times critical. Let's give you a roundup so far. Peter Milostic live at the moment. All these time gaps, just provisional, just to give you that heads up. Peter Milostic taking the race win in Category 2. We got Damsgaard in Category 2 in second place, nearly 5 seconds down. We've got Trojanowski in third place, 5 seconds down. Mr. X100, 13 seconds. He's at 13 seconds on the race leader. You've got Fawcett coming through in 5th place. 6th place is Mendakowicz. 7th place is 9th place Van He. 10th place is Miller. 11th place is Thiem. Bennett is in 12th place. He's at 52 seconds, and that is a very, very critical number, because it does mean that I think we are going to see Godazzi come through. He does. The leader coming into today, 1 minute and 2 down on the race leader, and that means that he is going to be, I think, out of that race lead, subject to verification.
Well, right now, Category 1, it is the battle of the giants. With 1,000 metres to go in the individual time trial, Jason Osborne is now closing down on Michael Vink. It's at 5 seconds. Osborne is coming. Vink is trying to push. Vink is trying to go clear. He's got 1,000 metres to stay clear of Jason Osborne and take the win in the individual time trial. It is fluctuating. It has been as close as 5 seconds. It has been as far apart as 7. The giants are battling here on MyWhoosh in this individual time trial today. Hayden Pucker is 55 seconds back. Tugels, Jones, Van Elst and Safrazadi. Well, Safrazadi is 34 seconds back on Pucker. That tells you how close that chase group are behind. Pucker could be closing down a little on GC today. It's been a brilliant ride for the rider in the young jersey under 23 competition in Category 1. But Vink and Osborne have battled royale today. They've battled all the way through the competition. Vink holding the green skin suit and the yellow jersey. Jason Osborne holding the polka dot skin suit. They're 6 seconds separating them still with 600 metres to go.
Well, what a battle royale between these two. That gap has just not gone. Think that move that he made to get it. Once you get that time, you get that time. You cannot let it go behind. And Osborne has got to be thinking, what did I do here? Why did I let that gap go? Could I not just stay with him? He'll look back through that footage and go, he went at this moment. And at this moment, what was I doing to let that go? Once you lose time, you lose time. And it's so difficult to get back. So that's the start of the show. And it's so, so true. Vink here ahead of Osborne. Now Osborne starting to kick at 9 watts per kilo. He's looking to put down a long-term power, a longer range power output here. But Vink responds instantly. Vink goes up to 9 watts per kilo there. He kicks away. The gap is at 4 seconds. We have got less than 200 meters to go. And the time gap has come down from 7 seconds down to 4. Vink is on the front. He's out of the saddle, starting to wind up now. We are going to be down at 100 meters to go. That's the finish line. Michael Vink leading.
Well, Michael Vink is leading. It's 4 seconds back to Osborne. Vink continues to drive. So does Osborne. They're coming towards the finish on stage 6 of the MyWhoosh Championships. And Michael Vink is going to win the stage. He's going to cement that yellow jersey over Jason Osborne, who's going to come through 4 seconds back. Osborne, the world champion. 4 seconds separated them at the end of the individual time trial. What a race, and what a race from this young rider as well, because Hayden Parker currently lying in 3rd place on the road at the moment and climbing strongly.
So Hayden Pucker on the climb. Michael Vink took that yellow jersey at the end of stage 4, the first of the mountain days. That was in Zurich as they went and climbed the Lindenhof and the climb beyond up to the top. But I have to say, it was a masterful move by him to take the yellow there, because he has held it ever since from Jason Osborne. Osborne already confirmed as the winner of that polka dot jersey. Behind him, the white jersey of Hayden Pucker. He's on his way up to the summit here. Pucker moving strongly. He's ahead of Chugles. He's ahead of Jones, Safrazadi, Van Elst, Wu, and Vujasi. Knudsen is there. Skierski, who was challenging in that white jersey, is not going to be in the mix as they came in today. Vink was in 1, Osborne was in 2, Wu was in 3. Then it was Jones in 4, Safrazadi in 5, Van Elst in 6th, Pucker in 7th, Knudsen in 8th, Skierski in 9th, and Chirek in 10th place. The top 4 had not changed position for some time. Vink, Osborne, Wu, and Jones. 5 minutes back to Safrazadi. He's doing a good ride. Is it enough?
Well, Hayden Pucker has done a storming ride here today. Absolutely brilliant individual time trial from Hayden Pucker. He's going to come underneath the banner in 3rd place today, behind Michael Vink and Jason Osborne. Credit to Hayden Pucker, 3rd place today. What a ride! Leonard Chugles is going to come through in 4th, ahead of Ollie Jones by around 10 seconds. Jones doing a great ride here today. It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes up on GC. Looking back for Wu, he's only going to lose around 30 seconds to Jones. It's not going to be enough for Jones to get onto that podium. Yunfei Wu is going to defend that.
What great riding by Wu. He's shown that he's the 3rd strongest rider. Jones has moved his way up there, the Iceman himself. You look at the fight there from Van Elst. He sprints up over the top of the finishing line, over the top of the summit here in the outer loop in Australia. He's followed to the line by Safrazadi, and then it's going to be Wu. So Vink goes through with the win from Osborne, Pucker, Chugles, Jones, Van Elst, Safrazadi, 7th place. It'll be an 8th place for Wu. It's going to be a 9th place for Vujasi, a 10th, I think, for Knudsen. Just outside, it'll be 11th place for Skierski and a 12th place for Milostic as Lionel Vujasi makes his way over the top. He presses stop on the computer. He's going to record that effort and no doubt analyse that to see just where he's gone hard, where he could have gone harder to think he's given pretty much everything. We're certainly impressed by his performance and the performance by all of our riders. Michael Knudsen of that Boss Moves Only squad goes in and over the line as we drop in with Paul Skierski. The trophies are up on the wall. Skierski out of the saddle in the pain cave. You can see that shot in front of him. He's looking to get himself in and over the line. He's going to come through here today. He's going to be in 11th place. And what a fantastic ride by the youngster once again. Let's take a look at the racing. So Michael Vink taking away the win, 50 minutes, 59 seconds, 0.403. 59.403. Blasting around that circuit and up to the top of the climb. He came through 4.5 seconds clear of Jason Osborne, so Michael Vink extending his lead at the top of the standings. Hayden Pucker coming through 154 down there behind. You can see in the category 2 race, Peter Molostik leading home from Nikolai Damsgaard, Martin Trojanowski, Mr. X100 by my calculations climbing up into the yellow jersey of category 2, taking the overall lead, but just waiting for that to be confirmed.
I would say by Peter Milostic. So Police Milostic goes into second, 20 seconds back. Godzari, who was in yellow, now at 33 seconds. And I can tell you, there are some really, really close results looking like they're going to come through after the end of stage 6 here. Time is the enemy. Well, time was the key element for a lot of riders today, and it has really played around with GC.
It's certainly played about with GC. A very, very decisive stage. Individual time trials. Everybody looks at them and thinks it's simple. You get on your bike, ride as fast as you can from one end to the other. It's not. There's so much being played out, not just physically, but mentally, with the pacing, with the psychological games about staying with riders, about distancing riders, and particularly where here on Cycling Esports, we see our riders set off together and we can knock the draft off. So if we were to do this in person, the riders would be getting draft from each other. It would change the result. Here, we get to see them side by side on the road in real time. And that, for me, is one of the really key things that makes this time trial such an exciting component of the MyWhoosh Championships in the women's and in the men's race. Michael Vink in Category 1, absolutely, he is. You can see why he is regarded as just so much of a class rider. You can see him up on the top of the standings there. He is the winner of the stage today. Jason Osborne couldn't get him back. I mean, that gap went to Vink. Osborne couldn't do it.
Yeah, it is still under a minute between those two, but I think, well, Vink, I think, has secured that GC today in that individual time trial. There may well be some shuffling down we see overnight when the results are verified and shuffling around in the top 10. But for me, one of the rides of the day in Category 1, Hayden Pucker, phenomenal work in that individual time trial to take third on the stage. That really has cemented him that white jersey of the young rider in that under 23 competition. For me, though, you know, the story amongst some of the men's and the women's competition is that we might not see a traditional sprinters stage tomorrow. You know, it's set up as the sprinters day with 6 sprints in the women's competition and 9 sprints in the men's competition. But some of these time gaps on GC are still so small, we may see the teams come out to play tomorrow in an attempt to get their team leaders 10, 20 seconds, because for me, that's all that it is between some of those riders and a podium.
And it's not just some of those riders on the podium, it's some of those riders and the race lead. Whilst the lead for Vink has gone over 50 seconds now, that's not the same in categories 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 necessarily. And we've seen the same again in the women's competition. McCarthy showing her strength here today. But we've seen lots of different riders maybe move up and down. You know, Mr. X100 there. I think that was a very carefully executed plan by the UAE clan team. He's progressed, he's improved as the racing's gone on. More and more climbing has suited him. Yesterday was a great day. Today it's moved him up by climbing up through the ascent, that final climb here in Australia. when we move forward, there's no more climbing. You know, realistically, the climbs are done. The climb competition wrapped up, and those riders will be able to ride through stage 7. The sprints competition, though, we've got a lot of sprinting to do tomorrow on stage 7 in Colombia.
We do indeed. I love the route in Colombia. The bridges are one of my favourite places to train. The short, sharp, punchy efforts. Traditionally, we see riders go out the back on those bridges, not off the front. Tomorrow, I think we're going to see some teams launch. Expect the goats to be really active in category 2, and expect some of the other riders and racers to put on a show.
Definitely. Do get in touch with us on the live chat. Really interesting comment just come on. She just took a dive across. Tomorrow, and I'm going to read this out, so you have to forgive me not looking straight at you. Tomorrow is so attritional. 33, all those sprints, sprint after sprint after sprint will destroy legs. If you get gapped, you may never come back. Thank you very much to SLRCD, whoever you are, because I think you are dead right. That is the danger. Get gapped, get taken out the back of a bunch by an acceleration or a sprint. You might not get back in. Counter-attacks are going to be important on the way through. It's a lap circuit as well. The drafting will be back on again. So we're going to see riders of all sorts of categories coming together. It's going to be tricky to follow. We're going to be putting words to the action, trying to bring that to you as we go round those laps. And as we see, riders starting to lap each other in each of those categories, category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, all I can say is make sure you're back, viewers. Bring a friend. Bring a big box of popcorn, some drinks, put your feet up, watch the racing, have a MyWhoosh Championship party. And if you haven't organised it, get on the phone now, 5 or 6 friends, line up, get on the chat. Let's bring them home in style.
Definitely. So congratulations to everybody who's finished stage 6. As you go into stage 7, we have already set the homework for the women's at the end of the women's race. We're going to reset that homework for you. If you are riding in the MyWhoosh Championship, we would like you to get in touch. You can get in touch with Emma. It's at biking_Emma on Instagram. You can get in touch with me. It's at MattFixerPain on Instagram. We would like you to get in touch and tell us, what are you going to celebrate completing this monumental challenge that is the MyWhoosh Championship? If you make it over that line tomorrow on stage 7, what will it be? Will it be popcorn? Will it be ice cream? Will it be an ice bath like Jason Osborne seems to finish every race? Will it be a drink down on the beach in the sunset? Will it just be a dark room and having your legs massaged to try and get away the lactic acid that's built up over the 7 days of racing? Get in touch. Let us know. We'd love to have you send those messages in to us. Don't forget, you can tag in at MyWhoosh as well on social media. Make sure that you're in that Zoom room tomorrow if you are one of our riders. We can't wait to see just how you celebrate coming over the line at the end of the championship. One more stage to go. We're in Colombia. It's a monstrous stage in the women's and in the men's stage. It's flat, it's fast. It's going to be, as has been said on the chat, attritional. We are going to be putting words to the action. Thank you so much for watching so far. One more day to go in the championships. I hope you will join us and all the team at MyWhoosh there. Our riders, time to get ready. But from Emma and myself, Matt Payne, stay safe, sleep well. We will see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.